Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
YouTube live buddy. Good morning, friends.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
The video on aita.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is a revision class. No doubt we reasonably cover in a reasonably exhaustive manner. But the word revision means revision. So I reasonably expect that you have reasonable idea about the subject called accounts. Today, no deviation, only accounts one. We are talking only about accounts one to the point. Till now, whatever knowledge we had, the approach we had is about improving our knowledge. Now, another 2 months, we are fully focusing on improving the marks. So, capsually, this is the concept. First, get the knowledge. Whatever knowledge you want to gain. Now, no deviation. What CA Institute expects, accordingly, let us work. What CA Institute wants, accordingly, let us do the things. So, next 2 months, fully, what CA Institute wants, accordingly, no, sir, my extra karta, wo nahi karna hai. Everything has to be as per the requirement of CA Institute. So, now, another 5-6 days, what I have given the schedule for you is accounts one, or group one accounts. What is that? Learn. As I issued in my regular class, I'll be focusing a little more on accounting standards, especially the problems also we'll go through. We did recently, because first question, 20 marks, out of audition pocket. Maybe you can start with the accounting standard also, even though other subjects we suggest you to go with the 6th question. Here you can go with what accounting standard if you are comfortable. So, we have shared the revision material yesterday. Group al hakidivi. Any new friends? Sikkiya revision material nodidira? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, any new friends, if you have not got the revision material, because you may not be in the WhatsApp group of CAPS, you can send it to 8310 number, we'll share it. Okay? Right. With this brief introduction, fully focus agri, no deviation. You fully focus, relax, focus agri. Okay. Relax or focus on the ನಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ವ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಮೂಗ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಓಕೆ ಯು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ದ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಸೊ ಬ್ರೆತ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಓಕೆ ಸಿಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಯಾ this is a beautiful so every step I use the brain okay every step your examination material cover page revision material cover page regular class cover page. They are same, but none of them are same. Yellow is the common phenomena, but you see the border, etc. They are not same. Moment you see, this is the revision method. This is the examination. That is the standard which you always maintain. Okay, right. Now, beautiful agide. Idanne oji saku. Idan 500 pages there. Probably 500 pages alli 100 pages theory irutte 100 ಇಲ್ಲ 80 pages ಇಲ್ಲ ಉಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಯು ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಇಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 60 ಪ್ಲಸ್ 80 ಪ್ಲಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಪೇಜ್ ಓಕೆ ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ರೈಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರೈಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೋನಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಆಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಡೂ ದಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ದ ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಕವರೇಜ್ ಎಸ್ ರೀಡ್ ದೀಪಾ
Suggested course of study. Go through latest 2 suggested answers in detail.
Which yesterday actually I had given this yesterday examination those who attended. I will reiterate. Okay, that is July 21 and January 21 cycle.
Read completely theory from CAPS material and revision material and make your own short notes.
So because with in the available 6 days accounts give you 6 days. So we will go to suggest answer today. CAPS material theory, nothing other than that, and revision material because revision material also has got theory. So what you can do now is take on 200 pages book separately. I told you last class session also. So this revision material you keep it as a base 2 RMRs. If you want to write separately in the 200 pages book, you can write. Or if you already maintain that itself has to be made because this is the book which you are going to use in second and third revision. Very serious second and third revision. Or this examination material what I have given here. This itself has got a beautiful summary revision. There itself, extra points you can make it. Okay, this itself we should be using for second reading, third reading, and 1.5 days before an examination. Are you clear? Very important. Prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow, the third reading, during that examination days, what I should read, you should know because you cannot go through the 1,000 pages of accounts, notes, etc. Not possible. So wherever required, you can glance it. Otherwise, you can make a mention here, page number of that. Please go through again. Okay, even for notes book, you can give a page number.
Problems. Accounting standards from revision material given and ICAI study material.
That's
Other
it.
topics.
Yeah, only from there if we can read enough. Yeah.
Other topics, problems from CAPS material and ICAI material solved in regular classes.
Regular classes what we have done. Okay, and also here what revision material I have given, you can solve it. Next.
Additional problems from this revision material, especially starting problems of each chapter.
Each chapter. That's what we're supposed to do it. This is a suggested course of study. This anyway is available. You can just take a print and take the print out and read. Okay. Okay, let's start with the basics. Is it visible, ma? Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Side go there. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕೇನೆ ಲಾಸ್ಯ
Yes, sir.
ಇನ್ನೂ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ
Now enough.
ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬಡ ಹೆದ್ದು ಬೆಹತರೆ ಅಂತನಾ okay the definition of accounting all of you must know some of the definitions ACPA defines it as RCSI recording classifying summarizing in a significant manner and in terms of money transactions and events which are in part at least of financial character and interpreting the results thereof ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನವ್ಯ ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನಂಬರ್ ತಗೊಳಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ಳು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆಫ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಮನೆಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳು types of accounts basically what we learned in the traditional cases personal account real account and nominal account personal account natural person like you and me Sivatsa artificial person like Tata Limited ICI caps representative personal accounts are all outstanding and prepaid real accounts are only for assets nominal accounts for revenue transactions so this rule anyway we may not use regularly frequently ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ರಶ್ಮಿ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಯಾರು ಇದಾರಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಶ್ರೇಯಾ ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ ಬೇರೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸೈಜ್ ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಒಂದು ಪೇಜ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಓಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಬರ್ಕೋ ಅಂಡ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡು ಎಡಿಟರ್ ಓಕೆನಾ ರೈಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಈ ನೋ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದು when you do the PDF ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ರೂಲ್ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ದ ರಿಸೀವರ್ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ದ ಗಿವರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಯಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ debit what comes in, credit what goes out is inside that box. Okay, you're able to see?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Debit all same way. Debit all expense and losses, credit all incomes and gains. You can follow that, but best is what Cedisar's research. Now I think America is also following the same system, which they call American system of the nonsense. I'm teaching it for last 20 years. Very important. Balance sheet traditionally, other than companies, we still follow this method format only. Agatena, see here. So all assets and liabilities, asset account shows debit balance, liabilities account shows the credit balance. Athava assets and expenses show debit balance. Here you can see, and all liabilities and income show which balance? Credit balance. This you compulsorily by heart. So all assets and expenses show which balance? Ananya, debit balance. All liabilities and income shows which balance? Baba? Credit balance. Right. So all the liabilities and income shows credit balance. All assets and assets show all assets and expenses show debit balance. All liabilities and income show credit balance. First point. Every capital transaction will appear in the balance sheet. Building purchase, loan taken, etc. Every revenue transaction will appear in the P&L. Sale, salary paid, etc. Next, that all normal accounts will come in P&L. Anything come in the P&L account is a normal account. All real accounts and some personal account will come on the asset side of the balance sheet, and liability side, anything and everything is a personal account. Share capital is also personal account. Reserves is also personal account. Everything is a personal account. Clear?
Yes,
This
sir.
balance sheet rewrite and tick to it. And journal entry madake, is it an asset? Asset increase, debit. Asset decrease, credit. Is it a liability? Liability increase, credit. Liability decrease, debit. That's the way you should think about it by considering this balance sheet as a base. Fine. Accounting standards, the most important part of your syllabus. Okay. So first question plus some of the important questions which are what you call problem based, like AS13, etc., are also part of it. In accounts at international level, we have IFRS. IAS issued 2001. After that, it's called IFRS. Now both are called IFRS. IFRS and IAS, which is not in your syllabus. In India, big companies, say companies having net worth more than 500 crore, banking, insurance companies, they have to follow INDAS, Indian Accounting Standard. They are nothing but converged form of IFRS. The IFRS in really B is equal to 95%, almost 95% of IFRS, plus some additional points called carve-in, less some deviation, what we want to follow, carve out. Now only focus. All other companies, they have to follow company law standard, which is equal to ICAI standards. Non-corporate, what they follow. What you are learning is ICAI standard 1 to 29 and 6 and 8 are omitted. Understood?
Yes.
Income tax 145(2), business associate and IFRS, those who are following accrual method of accounting must follow 1 to 10, similar to this ICDS, income computation and disclosure standards. So this page is okay? You're able to catch?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All of you.
Yes,
All of
sir.
you. Yeah. Fine. So just to recall, if you want, what you are learning is this ICAI standard, which is also same for companies. The Chota Mota company, they follow the same. Okay. And income tax same. And I given it C is equal to D is equal to E. A and B are similar. A and B, because 95%, look at the beauty. A is what? IFRS. And B is what? Beautiful chart. I hope you are appreciating. B is equal to what? 95% of what? IFRS. Whereas C, D and E are absolutely same. This is an important point to be noted. I hope you understand. Okay. Okay. Next. Print at least Monday when we do the revision, you'll have a printout in your hand. Okay. Right. Accounting standards are 5 P's. Notes, whoever wants to scribble down, you can always scribble down. 5 P's. Principal, policy, practices, preparing and presenting the finance table. And they are mainly with the RMPD. Recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure. Every company must follow every accounting standard. Non-corporates, depending upon the ICAI level 1, level 2, level 3. This you just glance it, maybe. So how do you set up a standard? Okay, very rarely, the last question 5 mark, very rarely. Constitution of a study group, ascertain of views of the different people, finalization of the exposure draft, releasing exposure draft to the public, modification draft, then finally they will AS. So why India's entire world is becoming small? So we need to have all the MNCs companies across the globe. Okay, so ensure that we will also be in line or online with the international growth. We have introduced INDAS, which is a specific part of CFIR syllabus. Now, INDAS and IFRS mainly the difference is carve out is some deviation. Carve out, some of them are mandatory, some of them are optional. Carve in is some additional points what we are giving. Okay, just glance it. Till now they are not asked, but 5 marks IFRS. What IFRS? International Financial Reporting Standards. Okay, earlier it was called IAS. Now they are called IFRS. I'm just giving a very basic touch here because very rarely asked. Objectives, same. Accounting standard objective also same. IFRS also same. Uniformity, comparability, consistency, etc. So that's why IFRS have been put. Now let us get into specific discussion. AS1, disclosure of accounting policies. What is accounting policy? The principles and policies followed while preparing it. Same words again. So the policies, okay, what is the measurement you are following? What is the recognition you are following? That is an accounting policy. How to remember? Very simple. So all subsequent standard name you tell. Beautiful agide notes. ES2 nalli FIFO is an accounting policy. ES10 nalli SLM is a FIFO accounting policy. Okay, and illi Shreya. Okay, every time I say illi fundamental accounting assumption heading is miss agide. Fundamental accounting assumptions, which are they? Sir, correct. 3 fundamental accounting assumptions are, what are they? GAC, doing concern, accrual, and consistency. Factors to be considered while selecting accounting standard accounting policy are accounting policy, prudence, substance over form, disclosure. Every heading itself says disclosure, but whichever is important, you go through. And very important, if option given in yes, you must follow, disclose which option you followed. FIFO or weighted average, which one you follow, disclose. So if the two options are given, you must follow this. And GAC is not followed, you have to disclose. Why? GAC is fundamental accounting assumption. If it is followed, everybody knows. If it is not followed, you have to disclose the same. Other story code, go through money. Yes, very, very important. Deepa.
General note. For almost all the standards, common disclosures are: first one, accounting
any
policy.
Question they ask, any question on any standard, these 4 points you remember, compulsory, make important mark. Yeah.
First one, accounting policy used. Say, in AS2, inventory of finished goods is valued at NRV, being lesser than the cost.
Cost or NRV, whichever is less. Correct? Accounting policy. Next. So if they ask the borrowing cost, you write disclosure requirement. Number 1, accounting policy for customary. Even if you don't know what is the accounting policy, just write that, you'll get 1 mark, Deepa. Okay, na? Next.
Second one, when there are 2 or more options given, disclose the option selected. Example, SLM followed under AS10.
So whenever there are 2 options, which option you followed, how will the user of the financial statement know about it? Use these words. Disclose. Next.
Main crux of such standards say consideration under AS14. Fourth one, any deviation from accounting standard or policy.
Whenever, yesterday also we saw somewhere, whenever there is a deviation, you have to disclose 3 plus 1. Odi.
Disclose 3 plus 1, nature of deviation, reasons for deviation, financial impact, or reasons for non-disclosure of financial impact.
I hope, do you recall these points, all of you?
Yes, sir.
Close, whatever you thought, no. So I studied so many things, Santa. But 90%, 90% you recall. 100% if you recall, you'll photo bit. That's case of time is. So 90% you recall, some of you may recall 100%. And disclaimer I tell, at the end of the revision class, if you understand 90% of what we teach, that means you are understanding 100%. Illa sir, I understood 100%, you are lying. Okay, which we don't want. Okay, you're able to recall 90% at least, all of you?
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
So important. Good. 3 plus 1, deviation, nature of deviation, reason for deviation, financial impact. Next. What may be the reason for changes? Simply, sir, I don't like this name, sir. I don't like this calculation. You cannot say that. Reasons has to be SSM. Hello, Odi.
Yes, change in statute. Yes,
If there is a change in the law, electricity supply, I said, electricity companies, earlier they allowed everything. Then they changed it to SLM. You had to change from WDV to SLM.
M, for management better presentation.
So, change in standard, earlier, LIFO, FIFO, everything was allowed in ES2. Now only FIFO and weighted average. Then M, for better management presentation. Representation, RE is okay? Presentation. Next, very important, every standard, Mulla ka daud, masjid takanta. Anything you badko, you have to connect it to schedule 3. What is schedule 3? Badko. Part 1 is balance sheet, part 2. So inventory valuation bandaga, P&L account helbeko. Under the expenses, you should write. How should you write? Raw material consumed separately. Changes in other inventories. Opening stock, closing stock of raw material comes in the first line only, Suparna. whereas the other inventory erosion comes in the second line. So a balance sheet only, one of the first item, major item is CIT. CIT current, what you call it, C and so inventory, current asset, ITC, sorry, ITC, okay, CIT, but ITC, inventory. Inventory should be presented on the, look at this language, presented on the face of the balance sheet. The disclosure is, so presentation, very disclosure, very. Presentation is on the face of the balance sheet. Disclosure is, other how much is the raw material, how much is the working progress. So PPE, total 300 lakh you write on the balance sheet, that's called presentation. You give a schedule to that, that's called a disclosure. Understanding? All of you. Presentation is on the main phase, okay. I'll make a note, scribbling part, presentation on the face of balance sheet and P&L. Disclosure in what? Yeah, fine, right. That is the disclosure requirement. Okay. Next, valuation of inventories. Okay, definition. This is nothing but the definition is nothing but what, ma? What, ma? Uima. Definition is nothing but the inventory, raw material, WIP, finished goods.
Inventories are assets.
So make a circle for assets. Assets are defined in which standard?
Yes, 26.
Excellent. Very good. Not use that second group into Deepa. So somewhere use that.
A, held for sale in ordinary course of business.
Side by side, finished goods. So so inventory is basically finished goods, work in progress, raw material. First is finished goods. They are defining it. Next.
B, in process of production for such sale or in form of material.
Yeah, this is work in progress. C is what?
In form of material or supplies to be consumed in production process or rendering of services.
Okay. Valuation.
Valuation. Inventory should be valued at lower of cost and net realizable value. Okay. Mainly for RM, WIP, FG. Second one is physical verification.
Inventory is mainly for raw material, work in progress, and finished goods. Then stores and consumables, loose tools, right?
Physical verification and valuation. Valuation, lower of cost or NRV, that is LCM. Cost formula, FIFO or
so when you say cost, we said cost. What is cost? Cost is nothing but works cost. Cost is nothing but works cost. So cost in Madado, either you can go by FIFO or you can go by weighted average. When the goods are interchangeable, you have to go by this. Else you have to go by specific identification method. Go in the jeans pad. Next.
Cost finding techniques, standard cost or RPM.
Retail price method. Okay. Right. Very, very important as far as production overheads only. Cost is equal to worst cost in your cost sheet. Cost is equal to worst cost. This is point add. So cost is equal to worst cost as per cost sheet. Regular class. Beyond that, now book revision class. So when you talk about the cost means what? Cost means worst cost. Worst cost, knowledge. Works cost. So whatever is taken up to that, prime cost, X or etc. At least revision class at least middle time is nothing. Is a reason for your indiscipline. Time is nothing but indiscipline. Yeah, neat again. Right. So overheads to be taken is only manufacturing overhead. How do we consider the same? Deepa knows.
Variable overheads absorbed based on the actual production.
So it's always based on actual production. It's a 5-mark question. One sentence. Okay, na? This is what you do. Night 11:30 questions. 4 examination question 20 minutes. 4 examination. 4 examination 4 into 4. 16 questions. 20 minutes. Okay. Nimge 4 questions of one exam, you 30 minutes. I'm very serious. Astu chiller ide. Provide you know reasonably the concept. Okay. We will see today. Next.
Fixed overheads normally based on budgeted production. When actual output is higher than the budgeted, then use actual production.
So this is the one special part. Variable overhead based on actual production. Fixed overhead is based on the normal or budgeted production. Important. However, if the actual output is higher than the budgeted production, you have to go by actual production. If you remember one chart in the regular class, I didn't done like this. Variable overhead is always based on actual production. Whereas fixed overhead normally based on normal production, but if the actual output is more, this is also based on actual production. Both of them are same. Chart overhead, production overhead matra, production overhead, 2 RMRs, variable overhead based on actual production. Speed should be good. Speed should be good. Right side, fixed overheads, 2 RMRs. Normally based on normal or budget production. When actual output is greater than budgeted, again, connect it to the first element based on actual production. So easy. ಈಗ full register ತಲೆ ಒಳಗೆ brain is proper correct ಆಗಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲರದು. Yeah. ಹೋದಮ್ಮ.
Example, closing stock in units 100, variable overhead 10 lakhs, actual production 1 lakh.
1 lakh. So variable overhead per unit is 10 lakh by 1 lakh. So look at this. 10 lakh by 1 lakh is the variable overhead that has to be charged. Next.
Budgeted production 2 lakh. Fixed
so
overhead.
If the budget production is 2 lakh, then so actual production is only 1 lakh. You have to divide it by what are the fixed overhead 5 lakh divided by 2 lakhs, not by 1 lakh. If actual production is more than 2 lakh, then you should have divided by actual production.
Yes.
And prime cost they said 60 rupees. So prime cost plus overhead is equal to per unit. Understood, Baba? Yeah.
Yes.
And again, after the class, immediately you have to go through some point because the 10% you will not be able to absorb. Next, accounting for indirect taxes. AS2 says exclude all the indirect taxes, whereas income tax says inclusive method. Ultimately, both are same. This is a very important point.
Raw material normally valued at cost, however, valued at NRV and when NRV of finished goods and raw material is lesser.
So, raw material, you don't bother about NRV. Why should you bother about NRV? It's not relevant. Whereas, if the NRV of both raw material and finished goods, both are lesser, then both have to be valued at a lesser. So simple, Srivatsa. So, raw material come is NRV. So, look at this. Raw material NRV come is but finished goods NRV come is. Then why do you bother? You're not here to sell the raw material. You're here to sell the finished goods. That is the logic. That is the logic. Deepavare, as to complicated. Okay. So, raw material ಅಲ್ಲಿ quick ಆಗಿ ಅದು ಏನು ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರೀರಿ raw material cost 100 NRV 90 dash rate weight immediately don't conclude dash rate weight. Next, finished goods cost 300 ಇದೇ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ 5 marks. I have seen some revision class ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿ ಫನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಫನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕುತ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ ಸಮ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫುಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್. CA ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಹಾ ಏನ್ ಸಖತ್ತಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಫನ್ನೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಮಿಡ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು
Finished goods 300.
Finished goods cost 300. Under that 2 RMRs. NRV 340. Below that, valuation. Finished goods at cost 300. Therefore, raw material also at cost 100. Easy. If finished goods is valued at cost, now we have raw material also should be valued at cost.
Yes, sir.
That's meaning. Next, Guraj Peda, right side. Finished goods 290. 295. 295. NRV finished goods. NRV of finished goods 295. Below that, finished goods valuation at 295 NRV. ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? Therefore, raw material also at NRV. Illi cost adre illu cost. I hope you understood. So, what comes to your mind now is, Nishika, so that means you can say always at cost, always at NRV. Allah, don't control it. Yakota. If the raw material NRV is higher than the cost, you value at cost. Finished goods value is lesser than the cost, you value at NRV. finished goods valuation ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನವ್ಯ ಭಟ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ತೂತ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನೇ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ finished goods valuation, cost or NRV, whichever is less, ಅದು ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ, ಅದು ಡೌಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ರಕ್ಷಿತ್. Whereas raw material valuation depends on the finished goods valuation. If the finished goods value is valued at the cost, NRV is also valued at cost. If finished goods valued NRV, raw material also valued NRV. However, if the raw material NRV is higher than the cost, you can value at a cost only. Why do you want to bring it at NRV? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Yes, sir.
ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬರಿ, ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಬಿಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಿ. ಸಾಯಿವಿನಯ್ ಬರಿಯೋ ಅಂಡರ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, above principle only when NRV is lesser. Alva? Manoj Kumar B. What happened? Yeah. Above principle only for what? PD illidala. Okay. Above principle is only for what?
NRV is lesser.
Sir. Box haki. When NRV is higher, both are valued at cost, because cost are adu basic principle. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಅಷ್ಟು ತಲೆ ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೇಸ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ನವ್ಯ. ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇದು. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ NRV whichever less. When NRV is lesser, so raw material should be brought down to NRV? No, unless finished goods NRV also has come down. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನು ಅಭಿಷೇಟಿ? ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ. ಯಾರಿಗೊಂದು ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ಲೋಜರ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಯೂಸ್. ಎವ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ರೈಟ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಅದನ್ನದು ಬರ್ಕೋಬೋದಾ? ಅದನ್ನ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಏನೇ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಮೆಥಡ್, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ 2 ಮೆಥಡ್ಸ್, ಫೀ ಫಾರ್ ವೇಟೆಡ್ ಎವರೇಜ್, ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇನ್ವೆಂಟರಿ, ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಯು ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ಲೋಸ್. One more beautiful standard compulsory question. Cash flow statement. Cash flow statement is a statement of cash flows. First sentence. Inflows and outflows. That inflows and outflows are classified into 3 RMRs: operating, investing, financing. If you just remember this format, done. So normal case ಅಲ್ಲಿ fixed asset, investment other than cash equivalent, FD and loans for earning interest, they are all investing activity. Ashwini avare, sale of a fixed asset, purchase of a fixed asset, PP, intangible asset, whatever. I still use the word fixed asset ಅಂದ್ರೆ PP and intangible, both are covered. Okay, so investing activity, anything related to these 3, share capital, premium and loan, secured loan, unsecured loan ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ loan ಅಥವಾ borrowing, financing, everything else will come under operating. ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Investment being cash equivalent, being ಅಂತ ಬರಬೇಕು, cash equivalent, cash in hand and bank are shown at the end of the CFS. ಇಷ್ಟೇ. Whereas in the case of investing and financing business, you have to be careful. If I am a bank, for banker, even the loan taken and loan given will all become operating activity. Common sense. Fixed asset ಮಾತ್ರ ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ loan taken, investment, etc. will also become an operating activity. Are you understanding?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. Then types of operating matra, make a reading circle mentally. Operating cash flow matra, there are 2 approaches. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ AS3 2 RMRs. Approaches for operating cash flow only. ಶ್ರೇಯಾಲಿ CFS ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಬಿಡಮ್ಮ, ಆಸ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ. ಶ್ರೇಯಾ ಕೋಪಾಲ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರೀಯೇ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೋಪನ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀನು. ಬೇಗ ಕೇಳಿ ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಕೋಪನ ಅಂತ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನ್ ಬಿಡಿದ್ರಿ?
Approaches for operating
cash flows, direct and indirect. ರೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇದು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಬಿಟ್ರಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, ಹಂಗಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ರೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ CFS. ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಫ್ಲೋ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ 2 ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್. ನಿಧಿಶ ಶೆಟ್ರೆ, ಗಟ್ಟಿಬಲ್ದಾರ ಶೆಟ್ರೆ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ? ಯಾ, one is called direct approach, one is called indirect approach. Direct approach is gross receipts and payments, and indirect approach is working back from the P&L account. So indirect approach ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು? Start with the net profit, reinstate non-operational, operating and non-cash items, and start with the increase in P&L account. Reinstate case 1 in appropriation item. Appropriation item also you should do it. Refer the caps metal for that. Okay, this is what I said. Foreign exchange fluctuation also need to be shown separately. Won't appear. Unrealized, it won't appear in the balance sheet. Realized, show separately in the cash and cash equivalent. Ado yes level baratte. Netting off normally not suggested. Or if there is a voluminous transaction of the small amount, or the transaction is with the same party, then you can net off cash flows. For example, I am a bank. Deposits received from Nidisha 100 lakh. Against that, she has taken a loan of 70 lakh. Show only 30 lakh. Why shows 100 lakh and 70 lakh? Regular notes only the example. Are you able to cash 90%?
Yes.
Srinivas, matching. Srinivas, nice t-shirt. Next. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 2-3 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಇದು ಟಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ CFS is a statement of movement of cash, statement of inflows and outflows of ಏನ್ ಸಾಯಿವಿನ ನಿನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ನು ತಿಂತಾನೆ ಅವನು ಹೇ ಬರೆಯ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸೊ ಈ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿನ್ಬೇಕು ನಿಮಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ವೇನ್ರ statement of what cash flows inflow and outflow. Inflows and outflows. Statement of full stop. Cash here means statement of inflows and outflows of cash and cash equivalent. Cash and cash equivalents. Exact same wordings of the law is made. Cash gyara marka. Cash andre no. Cash in hand and demand deposit with the bank. ಅದು ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಇಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ ಅದರ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬರೀ 3 ಕ್ರೂಷಿಯಲ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ದೇ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಎ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಹೈಲಿ ಲಿಕ್ವಿಡ್ ಹೇಳೋ ವಿಷಯ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೂರನೇ ಒಂದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ 5 ಹುಡುಗಿ ಗರ್ಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಎ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಹೈಲಿ ಲಿಕ್ವಿಡ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ದೆನ್
reducing convertible into
one more term is insignificant risk of changes in value. Short term irbeko, then short term investments, then short term highly liquid convertible into cash just like this, and they should be subject to least risk, insignificant risk of changes in value. 2 to 3 months government bills, Roshan, they are cash equivalent. Infosys Allah. Roshan, your knowledge is substantially improved. Full focus and full joshal baribeki sir exam aita and you'll clear this time. Your knowledge is good. Okay, full joshal. Yeah, right. Shall we continue? Yeah, yes, sir. Right. First. Yes, but important is operating, investing, finance. Idu tape balance sheet gottida tankondi elrigo. Anything connected to this is called investing, anything connected to operating. Only banking and financial institution alli ee secured loan investment ella kelage barutte operating. Alla innond point barkolli elru quick agi. Two RMRs. Left side, non-financial other than financial enterprise, normal, Panbida business, Panipuri business, etc. Non-financial enterprise. Right side, financial enterprise. Three RMRs. Under the first one, 3 RMRs. Investments and loan given, and interest received. In activity.
Investing.
Excellent. Investing. Adike first arrow mark A anta bari. A for America. Second arrow mark. Loan borrowed and interest paid. Liabilities help ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಏನೋ ಮನೋಜ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಬಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಲಾಸ್ಯ ನೀನ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಯಾ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಸಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಗಿತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬಿ ಸಿ dividend paid red ink ಅಲ್ಲಿ hold on. Now come to the right side normal ink sorry, right side normal ink. Financial enterprise same ABC, just copy ABC ಅಂತ ಬರಿ ಸಾಕು ಗೊತ್ತಾತಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ರಿ ಏನಂತ What is A? Investment. Below that you write operating. A is operating. Second arrow mark. B is also operating. So simple. ಏನಿದೆ control CA course ಅಲ್ಲಿ so chiller. Yeah, operating. Now C, RC ಮತ್ತು EC connection ಕೊಡಿ. Always financing. Always in share capital, whether a banking company or Avisheti Girlfriend Limited. Share capital is a financing activity. I think dividend paid is always financing, where loans with interest. Now, first arrow mark A ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಏನಂತ investment interest bar dividend received ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ first arrow mark. Dividend received is operating ಅಥವಾ investing. Confusion? Kavya? So first arrow mark, look at me. Avisheti Limited, Panipuri, investment in shares is investing. Dividend received is also investing. Investment ಮೇಲೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಅವರೇ. Whereas Avisheti Limited share capital ಮೇಲೆ dividend ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. Canara Bank share capital dividend always is a financing. Dividend payment is always financing. Whereas dividend received depends. Avisheti Panipuri is investing. Canara Bank dividend received is operating. Did you write properly? ಈ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಡೋದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಶ್ರೇಯಾ ಓಕೆನಾ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಸೇಮ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬಂದವರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೈಯರ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಯಾರಾದ್ರು ಹೈಯರ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪೇಡ್ 12 lakh ಐರಿಶ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಬಟ್ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವಳೆ ನೀನ್ ಕೋಪನೇ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಬಿಡು ಮೇ ಎಂಡ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಕೋಪ ಗೀಪ ಏನಿದ್ರು ಓದೋದಷ್ಟೇ Dash. Principal 10 lakh is investing. Car purchased.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Next, interest paid. Quick.
Finance.
Disha vadko operating yeah. Financing. Operating tappado. Operating alla financing. It is AS19 finance lease. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ hire purchase within the bracket finance lease system. So finance lease Aishwarya is a financing. So simple. How can you miss it here? Hire purchase is an example for finance lease. Catherine, Rinna Surf Excel. Adu financing. Financing andre financing activity. Hello, finance lease tane. Next, bare income tax paid. Normally operating. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆಫ್ ಇದ್ರು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸಾರಿ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಆಫ್ ಇದ್ರು ಬಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಬಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಬಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಪೇಡ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಮಿಕಾಲನ್ ಡಿಡಿಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ಪೌಡರ್ ಸಿಡಿಟಿ ಸೊ ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್ ಶ್ರೀವಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೆ ವರ್ಷ ಏನು ಡಿಡಿಟಿ ಸೊ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಡಿಡಿಟಿ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಆನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ financing source ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು financing but in India the other DDT not there so ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ you are international students ಯಾರ್ ಚಿಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಉಕ್ರೇನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ so financing ಮೇಘಾ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಗೆ ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು 24 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು next capital gain tax investing capital gain tax investing understood ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಳ್ಸಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೇಯ ಅವ್ನು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಕಳ್ಸಿ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀನಿ Okay. Rashmi Kalsaka, Rashmi Kals. Next one more very important standard. PPE, extremely important. Okay, what is PPE? Odama, heroine. Yaradu odi, quick agi. Avari sister Shreya odi. Yaradu odi. Navya, yaradu obru ottira bega.
A step, property, plant and equipment. PPE, 3 points. Used in production or supply of goods or services, rental to others, or for administrative purpose. Intended to be used for more than 12 months.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ more than 12 months ಬೇಡ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು more than one accounting period. More than one accounting period. Period can be normally 12 months only. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಓಕೆನಾ ಅದು ರೈಟ್ ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಬರ್ಕೋ ಸೊ PPE how to remember the definition I told you anybody they are actually heading property plant and equipment Idisha but first part is plant second part is property last part is equipment. Plant is used for production. This is how you can remember the definition also. Definition also I can give the common sense. Property, plant and equipment anna Sivarsha Salpanagamma. First plant used in manufacture, production or service. Next, property is rental to others. Equipment is for administrative purpose. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯೇನ್ರ? ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅವ್ನು ಹಿಂಗ್ ತಿಂತವನಂತ. ಆಯ್ತೇನೋ? ಮುಗ್ತವನೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹಚ್ಚೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ದ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಜರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಓದಮ್ಮ.
Measurement A. Initially at cost model. B. Subsequently continue cost model or revaluation model.
I hope you know that. So you can either continue at the cost or you can go for revaluation. Next.
Third arrow mark. Recognize. If future
Recognize as an asset. Recognize as an asset when Odama.
If future economic benefits, that is FEB, will will flow to the enterprise and if cost is measurable reliably.
CMR. So the barcode alone kade. AS10 recognition, PP recognition, FEB and CMR. Regular class leaded nado.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
26. Next.
Next arrow mark. Profit or loss on sale, transfer to P&L account, disclosure, gross block, depreciation, net. Refer Dow books problem.
Refer my Dow ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಹೇಳೆ.
Refer my Dow.
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನೋಡಿ ಚೈಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಬೇರೆ. So original cost, Shreya, 60, accumulated depreciation, etc. You're right. Revaluation, Odama. Optional.
Revaluation optional. One frequently 3 to 5 years. 2 for each class.
ಅದಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ನೀನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಿದೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಓದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಓದ್ಬೇಡ. ಏನೇನೋ ಫಾಲೋ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅವಳು ಫ್ಲೋ ಬದಲು. ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ once in 3 to 5 years. Frequently ಅಲ್ಲ, once in 3 to 5 years for each class of assets. Office building 1, office building 2, you should do together. Office building and residential building, one you do, one you don't do, it's okay. I hope you understood. Extremely important. Cost includes what?
Cost includes COP plus custom duty plus non-input GST plus site preparation plus site restoration cost plus demolition of old building plus professional fee plus
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಅದೇನು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ಪ್ಲಸ್
cost of dismantling of people.
ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನೀಗ? ರೀಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ರೆಡ್. ಡಿಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಅಟ್ ಪಿ ಆಫ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಏನು PV ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅವನು ವಿನಯ್ BV ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಡಿಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಲಿಂಗ್ BV ಅಂತ. BV ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಡಿಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಂಟಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಒಂದೊಂದೇ. ಏನ್ ರೋಬೋನಾ? ಸೊ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಮೇಕ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಇದು 5 marks. ಇವತ್ತು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಯು ಮೇ ನಾಟ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ಯಾರಾ ಇದೆ, 5 marks. ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್. ಅದು ಹಿಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟುಪಿಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಿವನ್ ಒನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್, ನಾಟ್ ಇವನ್ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಐಟಮ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಕ್ಲೂಡೆಡ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. And apply A16 till it is ready to use. Make a circle. Ready to use andre not put to use. Very important. Borrowing cost till it is ready to use. And anything other than this, you should exclude. Fixed general overhead, abnormal cost, etc. Losses during trial run, post production expense, nothing should be there. Addition to fixed asset ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಓದಮ್ಮ? Quick.
Additions to fixed assets. Additions last along with original asset or such addition does not have usage value after the life of the original asset added to the original asset. Otherwise, treated as
original asset is 10 years. After 4 years, you made an addition. The addition is going to be there for next 6 years. Add it to the existing asset. Whereas original asset is 10 years. After 4 years, you introduce another part that is going to be there for 9 years. You have to treat it as a separate asset. Barkoli quick agi. Again, simple one. ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ಕಡೆಗಳು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. Addition to ಹೋಗಿ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ. Addition to PPE. PPE is the word. And same for intangible asset also. Group 2 only. Same. Addition to PPE. Right. Original asset, life 10 years. Original asset, life 10 years. After 6 years, addition made 30 lakh, which will also last for 4 more years. ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? Right? Add to the existing asset. Right side. New asset. New asset. Life is 9 more years.
Separate asset.
Show it as a separate asset. Very good. Show it as what? Show it as what? Separate asset. Concept. Yeah. Next, any profit, anything related to PPE, anything related to PPE should go to P&L account except revaluation. Revaluation is fair value measurement. If the building is 100 lakh, today is valued at 300 lakh. Credit to revaluation reserve. Debit what? Asset account. Debit is always asset account. Upward, credit revaluation reserve. Downward, debit P&L. Upward, upward. To the extent balance available in the revaluation reserve, you reverse it. Balance should go to the P&L account. If it is a downward, upward, whatever was debited to P&L earlier, now you credit P&L account and the balance should go to the revaluation reserve. These 2 points are crucial. Regular class and Madiva.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's the same 3 to 5 years revaluation. Very important again. Yes, then does not cover wasting assets like mines. Biological asset definition. Biology andre Jiva Barbeko. Living animal and plant. Living plant, living animal and plant. But covers this biological asset living animal and plant. But biological asset includes bearer plants. Include what? Bearer plant, but excludes produce of such plants. So this I have discussed in detail in the regular class. Quick. This can be an area of question. Yes, 10. Yes, 10 excludes. Here is the Srishti Mathematica. Parents Yar Matadagil. Yes, 10 excludes 2 RMRs. Left side, wasting assets. Right side, biological assets. Below the right side, biological assets, comma, produce of plants. That's excluded. Below the greening color, but includes bearer plant. Bearer plant which can last for, which gives a produce for more than 12 months. Includes bearer plants. And equipments used for developing biological assets. Includes agriculture purpose. If you are using tiller, etc., that is included. It's important standard. Take extra care. 100% question definite on yes 10. Artha point regular class detail according goes that. Component method of depreciation is you are charging the depreciation based on each component. Aircraft cost of the engine is for 10 years, so body is for 5 years. Apportion accordingly. Okay. 4 important terms. Depreciation is compulsory as per AS 10. Intangible assets is called amortization. Revaluation is optional, upward or downward. Impairment out of syllabus. Kara. When the carrying amount is made there, then recoverable amount. I'll refer note theory. So, depletion is for wasting assets such as mines, etc. Bearer plant ಬಗ್ಗೆ story ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. Okay, right. General word carrying amount ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? It is a book value ಅಥವಾ balance sheet value. Book value ಅಥವಾ what? Balance sheet. Okay, remove note ಬೇಡ. ನೋಟ್ ಇದೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ನೋಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ impairment ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದೆ. Impairment is out of syllabus for it. Disclosure requirement of yes 10. What is the original cost? Addition, deletion, depreciation, everything possible you should disclose. Big stand. Reasonably understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The A11.
Breathe in, breathe out. Now, AS11, it deals with 3 aspects. One is, if there is a transaction in the foreign currency, how do we account for the same? At the rate on the date of transaction, 10th March, what is the rate? Explain. If there is a foreign operations, integral operation, any exchange difference transfer to P&L account. If it is a non-integral operation, transfer it to FCTR. Beautiful chart. Whereas forward exchange contract, discount bar premium, whatever comes. So if it is related to the business, you have to take it to P&L account. Whereas if it is a non-trading or speculation, it has to be amortized. Okay, amortized. Okay. Nothing to worry. Okay, it should be amortized. Now, these are three major points of ES11. Whenever the foreign currency transaction table, on that date, what is the rate? Use that rate. Next, foreign operations, integral and non-integral. Non-integral operation, everything is converted by using the closing rate. Take it to FCTR, foreign currency translation reserve, where integral operation transfer to P&L account. Foreign exchange weight. Next, monetary item means liquid assets. These are liquid assets convertible to cash immediately. Non-monetary is other than monetary. That's the definition. Inventory is a non-monetary. Foreign operations, operations outside India. Integral as if it is the extension of Indian operation. Initial recognition, rate on the date of acquisition. Whereas balance sheet, head office and branch is a classic example. No conversion for head office account. P&L account average rate. Fixed asset historical rate. Every other item you should use the closing rate. Any exchange difference transfer to P&L account. Yeah. Non-integral operation. Everything initial rate on initial is a rate on the date of transaction. Closing, everything use the closing rate, and it has to be it has to be transferred to FCTR, foreign currency translation reserve. Contingent liability is always shown below the balance sheet at the closing rate. Very important.
Foreign currency translation reserve continued till net investment in non-integral operation is completely disposed of.
Completely disposed of. Till it is completely disposed of. Next.
After the sale of investment, balance in FCTR shall be transferred to P&L account shown under reserves and surplus, only reserve which may have negative balance also.
So FCTR can be appreciative, can be negative also. FCTR can be negative also. Next comes, when it comes to the forward contract, premium method discount, speculative transfer to P&L account. Non-speculative, you have to amortize over the period of the contract. Like a mark to market of the reinstating foreign currency item to its present exchange rate, say from 60 when purchased in 1st March to 61 on 31st March. Mark to market of when I initially purchased it is 60 rupees per dollar, now it is 61 rupees. Bring it to the present value. Yeah. Next comes government grants. 10AA, okay, right? It does not include income tax benefit like 10AA, etc. When should you recognize the government grant? Extremely crucial point. 2 conditions. Punch word, reasonable assurance that the conditions related to it will be satisfied and will be receiving the government grant. Are you able to recall this? Only when these 2 conditions are satisfied, you should be able to recognize the government grant. So grants can be classified into 3 RMRs: revenue grant, capital grant, promoter's contribution. Promoter's contribution related to capital reserve. Revenue grant can be taken to P&L. Be careful with the theory. Revenue grant, you write all the 3, either taken to P&L account separately or shown under other income, or it can be reduced from the concerned expenses. Do you recall something?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Capital grant, if it is related to the fixed asset, non-monetary free of cost is recorded at a nominal value. If it is a concession rate, recorded at a concession value. Whereas monetary grant, non-depreciable, this also should go to capital. If you remember the regular class, this one and promoter's contribution. This one and promoter's contribution. Promoter's contribution, they are always taken to capital. Now, the promoter's contribution taken to capital. Grant related to non-depreciable asset, land purchase capital. But if it is related to depreciable fixed asset, you have 2 options. Option example. Either reduce from the fixed asset or show fixed asset at the original cost and subsidy is shown as a deferred revenue income. Are you able to recall, Baba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Refund of the government grant is an extraordinary item as per ES5. Whatever treatment given earlier, you should reverse it. If it is credited to P&L, now you debit it. Reduce from the fixed asset, debit. But anything what you do it prospectively. Investments are the assets. Again, AS26. Held by an enterprise for earning interest in the form of a IDR. Interest, dividend and rentals. or for capital appreciation. Barcode investment definition. Investments. Natural assets. Assets ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ?
Yes,
Yes,
26.
26.
Excellent. Assets. Very good one. Assets for earning IDR. IDR ಓದಿದ್ವಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ? Interest, dividend, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಯಲ್ಟಿ, ರೆಂಟಲ್ಸ್. IDRC or capital appreciation. And very important, and not inventory, not stock entry. It should not be stock entry. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇದು ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಬೈ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Investment include government security, shares, etc., immovable property, capital of a partnership firm. Shreya and Megha are partners in a partnership firm. The capital what is shown is also investment. Types long term, valued at cost, very important. Long term and current. You should not say long term and short term. Use the right word. Long term and short term alla. Current and non-current alla. Long term is valued at cost unless there is a permanent decline. Current is valued at cost or fair value, whichever less. Cost andre no, cost of purchase plus incidental expenditure minus interest bar dividend if it is a cum interest transaction. Keladangide devrige. Next, very important. Odama.
Reclassification of investment, where long-term investments are reclassified as current investments, transfer are made at the lower of cost and carrying amount at the date of transfer. Where current investment
Reclassification dash red, whichever is less. Whichever is less. Beautiful way of short notes. Whichever less. Next, other reading cost is common. Cost is common to RMRs. Left side. Long term into current. Two RMRs. Cost, right side. My new friends, if you are listening, RMRs left side cost, right side carrying amount. Connect and write whichever is less. Cost ಗೆ greening circle, carrying amount ಗೆ redding circle. ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. Right side. Current to long term. Two RMRs. Left side cost, right side fair value. Cost greening circle, fair value redding circle. Whichever is less. Now first and third RMR connect, common. Yaudu long term allu aste, short current investment allu aste. Cost or carrying amount yaudakke long term ge. Current to long term adre cost or fair value. Kelskota idira? Fair value. So very important, ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. Current to long term ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು. Second one bad ಮಾಡಿ. Current to long term ಆದ್ರೆ so current ಗೆ fair value ಕೊಡಿ. Current to long term ಆದ್ರೆ fair value. That means here long term to current is the cost or carrying amount. By heart ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದು 5 marks again ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ. X interest cum interest ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಅದನ್ನ ರಿಪೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಗೋ ಥ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ. A16 ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಈಗ.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Borrowing costs are those costs which are related to ACP of a qualifying asset till it is ready to use should be capitalized. It does not deal with the equity. Borrowing cost is IDA, interest, discount, etc. amortized, ancillary cost, finance charges in the case of finance lease, then exchange difference. ಅದು IDA full formula ನೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ. ಉತ್ಕ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. IDA ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಮ್ಮ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. Rashmiಗೆ. IDA para 4. Interest, discount bar premium amortized, ancillary cost, arams. Finance charges, in the case of finance lease. Next, exchange difference related to loan. Exchange difference related to loan. Important. Next, what is qualifying asset? It is an asset which takes substantial period of time. Underline the punch word of substantial before it gets ready for use. Types of borrowing. Specific borrowing are there. Whatever the actual interest you capitalize. General borrowing, you have to go by weighted average cost of capital. Or proportionate. Proportionate. Suspension of capitalization. When should I suspend? When the active development is interrupted. Let's say riot, get etc. Cessation, stopping. When the assets are ready to use. That's it. One more point, exchange difference. Exchange difference. Considered borrowing cost is 2 RMRs. Left side. Regular notes only with the problem is it. Left side actual cost. Under actual cost 2 RMRs. Actual foreign currency interest. Payable at the end. Payable at the end. Below that heading, use which rate? Closing rate or opening rate?
Closing.
Closing.
Rate. Suparna amma. Finally Suparna bandbittu. Amma. Use closing rate. Plus right side. Actual exchange difference. Exchange difference. Other add money. Connect those two. And write P. Same notes in there in the regular class with the example. So left side only 2 RMRs. On the actual interest, but the actual exchange difference. And connect those two. Regular attend madadavu idella artha agutte easily. Or right side, notional Indian interest. Which rate, Suparna?
Opening rate.
Opening rate. Yakare loan would have been taken at the beginning. Then be the reasonable again. Yeah, opening rate. Below that rate, Q. Left side there are 2 items you have to add. Right side Q, connect and write whichever is less.
Less.
Whichever less. This is the amount to be capitalized. Regular class is the notes, note code. Yeah, class salary. Right. So after that, I given the definition again. Okay. So inventory definition we went through. NRV and the estimate selling price minus estimated cost of completion minus the estimated cost of completion make a circle work in progress again. Only for work in progress or estimated selling expenses. Operating activity, principal revenue producing activity. Investing is acquisition and disposal of long-term assets. Financing andre changes in the size and composition of equity capital. Carrying amount original cost less accumulated depreciation less accumulated impairment loss if any. Each definition by add madbekku yaro
Nanu.
Next, cost definition, whatever the amount you pay, cash or cash equivalent. Depreciation, very important. Systematic allocation of the depreciable amount over the useful life. Okay. PP definition we went through. Okay. Which is expected to be used for more than 12 months. The one accounting period. More than 12 months, PP more than 12 months yearly. Because actually international standard math change matter. More than 12 months yearly. Nothing to worry. Okay. Fine. More than one period model, madam. 12 months yearly. Stay. PP. All of you. Go back. PP. Correct. Next, the international standard, they are doing one period. Fair value is the arm's length price. Price determined between two unrelated parties. Alva. Useful life. Integral operation, when the activity is carried out as if it is an extension. As if it is an extension of operations in India. Okay. Integral operation. Whereas non-integral, other than that. Government grant, assistance received. Investment definition we went through now. Current investment, long-term investment, borrowing cost. Then qualifying asset. Very, very important. Yes. Read last year.
How to answer accounting standard questions. 2 arrow marks. Left side.
Extremely important. Extremely important. Everybody.
Theory. 2 arrow marks. Short notes. Materiality, etc. Make reference to concerned accounting standard with title.
They ask you, write short note on materiality. Again, as per, AS1, materiality means AS1 inner commas, disclosure of accounting. Title with the title, just AS1 alla. Okay, notes as per AS1, singular commas, disclosure of accounting policy. As per AS1, as per AS2, inventories, valuation of inventory. With the title, one place you write. Subsequently, the same answer, you don't have to write again the same. Then you write AS2, AS3, Artha itendro. Atha smart answer is, if you think the multiple places you have to refer, one kade bar AS2, valuation inventory barbittu, wherever reference is there, AS2, the index kodotara. Kodaboda?
Yes.
Yeah. Kodama.
Write the definition as it is on meaning.
Yeah, so as it is or meaning, on correction, or meaning. So, give a definition word by word, reasonable meaning. Next.
Give an example, say materiality. Very important. Accounting treatment, same material departures to be disclosed. Disclosure requirement in financials.
Financials on the Schedule 3 reference code. Yeah, next.
6. If possible, give connection to SA or Companies Act 2013, say SA AS4 and SA 560.
Subsequent events, both are same. Next. Whereas pure theory, whereas with analytical theory, they will give some example, etc. What should you do?
Analytical theory, say loss by insolvency on 28th March, made known on 10th April. First, Supra,
make a reference to ES4. Next, point number 2, if required. Complete. If required, you can write on definition or meaning. Next.
3. Analyze the question in context. Say post balance sheet event.
Spelling context. Yes.
Say post balance sheet event of condition on 31st March. 4th same, 5th same, 6th optional.
So 4th and 5th, very important. Accounting treatment, whether the theory question or analytical theory, you must write. Are you understanding? This is where some of you lose the mark because you don't understand how to answer. Now I'm telling you, this is the way you have to present. Compulsory practice karna hai. Some analytical theory, analytical observation also you should do it. The last one, interconnection optional. It is not compulsory. Where it is a problem. First one is same. Shame. Right? Make a reference. Definition, if required, you give. Then solve the question. Accounting treatment is compulsory and disclosure of the same. Compulsory, whether they ask or not, you should give it. And trust me, 5 to 6 minutes only you can finish one question, sub question. Did you understand till now?
Yes, sir.
Thanks to Rashmi again. Okay, again, Rashmi and friends. Okay. So Sapna, okay, and Santu, what did Rashmi has done one more yesterday only, this batch only we did it. The material given only, all the account standard questions, account standard wise, yes, one all questions of the examination, yes, two together. Now I thought actually different man. All the examination backward, December 21, going back, December 21, suggest answer I don't have. When it is released, you sort of solve it. Okay, we have second revision, one hour. July 20, I know the answer right now, but why to waste the time? July 21 in the backward, questions, first questions of the first group account have been given. Shall we start now? Quickly, you have to keep your notes book ready. Scribble madam. Then again, class, if you understood and stopped, you stop here only. Otherwise, immediately after the revision class, after 11 o'clock, you have to sit and practice again. Can we do it? But yes, speed at the best. Problems normally I never used to solve. But namdu usala levels of mail hogbekanತ namdu intention ideyala 90 na 100 convert ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡೋದು. Okay, honestly tell me, how many of you understood 90% of the account standard now? Whatever we discussed, how many of you are able to recall 90%? You're able to recall? Okay, great. Asad. Okay. 90% of the people are able to recall 90%. My job is done. Okay.
Sir?
Yes?
Should I update the notes in the group, the revision?
Okay, Andre Artagilla.
Now, whatever I'm writing, should I update it like the regular notes?
But you must notes printer idea? Printer idea?
No, I'm writing down in the book, sir.
You can send it to the group. Send it to me also once. Good man, good job. Thank you. Send it to me. That's fine. That's a good job. Okay, now it's useful. Anything extra is always useful, man. Thank you. Good job. Okay, na? Thank you. Right. Now let us move on. Madama, madam kushi. Okay, na? Now the next point is, we are given two materials for you, revision. One full theory. Adrallu ee questions ide. Now, when this time when you do it, starting a little questions, because I'm going to do another approach where exam wise printout you have to take it, which is what I'm going to solve now. Other starting portion of the revision material of the problems, they are same. I repeat this. So revision material, examination questions are also there. How? Standard wise, all yes 2 together, all yes 10 together. Whereas now what I'm doing is examination oriented. So July 21, all questions together. January 21 together. Don't waste your time in doing the same thing again. Better you can go by this approach. So the second metal, etc., what has been given is ICA metal. I have not done anything. It's ICA metal. Hats up to our ICA. Okay. So it is December 21 question paper problem. Okay. First they have asked about ES11. You go through ES3 cash flow statement. Chiller questions. July 21. Okay, right. So keep the all right on today. Yeah, July 21. Quickly write down. July 21, question 1A. Someone quickly open. Okay. Anybody can read. Anybody, whoever wants to read.
A question.
Answer the following questions. A. Joy.
Questions. A. Joy Limited purchased 20,000 kilograms of raw material at 20.
Scribble money. 20,000 kgs of raw material into 20. Sumane work on scribble money. Next. Asako. Next. Opening inventory.
Opening inventory. Finished goods 2,000 units. Amount 1 lakh. Raw materials 2,200 units 44,000. Direct labor 3,06,000. Fixed overheads 3 lakhs.
Fixed overhead sales 20,000 units. Closing inventory, finished goods, but raw material. Quick bari. Small trading account of finished goods. Trading account in units. It's rough. Trading account in units. Opening stock of finished goods 2,000. By sales units 20,000. Idenne example. By closing stock 2,400. Short CS anta bari gottagal vasto 2,400. 22,400. Credit side total. Debit side 22,400. Two production balancing figure. Have you learned this somewhere? Isbanto Navya. New word sir.
20,400.
20,400. This is for finished goods. This is required production. Next, Vodama.
The plant has the capacity to produce 30,000 units of finished goods per annum. However, the actual production of finished goods during the year 2021.
Look at this. They should not. Earlier, if you ask me, old scheme, you should find out how simple they are making it. 20,400 they are given. Make a circle. Next. So 20,400 immediately next. Actual production lesser than budgeted.
Budgeted product.
Budgeted. Therefore, fixed overhead based on
Budgeted.
So then I will read. So finished goods price has come down to 40. Make a circle. Then replacement cost. Raw material. Raw material NRV. Replacement cost is the NRV. Consider replacement cost. NRV sigoದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ replacement cost ತಗೋಬೇಕು. Yeah. So ಬರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಓಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಟ್ರೇಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಟ್ರೇಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ trading account for raw material. Units. Opening raw material. How much?
2020.
2,200. To purchases, first line is stock. 20,000.
20,000.
By consumption, balancing figure. This is work in progress ledger account. By closing stock, by closing stock, 1,800. Consumption ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ 20,400 ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಆಯ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬರಿ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಈ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನೀಟಾ ಬರಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೈಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಒಂದು ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರಿ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಡೂ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಡೂ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ capital A finished goods within the bracket ನಿಮ್ಮ understanding ಗೆ worst cost ಹೇಳಿದಿವಾ worst cost ಬರೀ raw material consumed important make a circle for consumed how much you consumed 20,400 units into rupees 20 look at me raw material purchased alla what's consumed is important 20,400 units into rupees 20 artha agta idya
Yes.
at this speed if you don't come it is difficult this speed barlebeku 20,400 into 20 4,08,000 direct labor they are given 3,06,000 fixed overhead very important direct labor is variable that should be based on actual fixed overhead within the bracket, 3 lakh divided by 30,000 into 20,400 finished goods. 3 lakh divided by 30,000 into 20,400. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ
2,04,000.
2,04,000. ಇದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? I repeat this. 3 lakh is for budget production of 30,000. 20,400 ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನ್ರು
Yes, sir.
Yes.
2 lakh ಟೋಟಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನ again ರೀಡು ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟು 9,18,000 ಕಾಪಿ 9,18,000 therefore cost per finished good is equal to 9,18,000 divided by 20,400 coincidentally ಎಲ್ಲ 20,400 ಇದೆ 20,400 finished goods ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀವತ್ಸ ಅವರೇ 20,400 finished goods ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ 45 or put a big or example if you don't like this you can go by this or very raw material rupees 20 direct labor 3,06,000 divided by 20,400 is always based on actual production direct labor is variable alva direct labor within the bracket variable very 3,06,000 divided by 20,400 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ 15 fixed overhead ಅದು important fixed overhead ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬರೀಬೇಕು ವಾಪಸ್ 3 lakh by 30,000 into 20,400 ಅಲ್ಲ 3 lakh divided by 30,000 ಅಷ್ಟೇ 10 rupees 3 lakh divided by 30,000 based on the budget production 10 rupees total ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸಾಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ 20 plus 15 plus 10 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು
45.
which one is easy for you follow it ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎರಡು ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ I think second one is easy ಅದು so first direct material variable direct labor variable actual production ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು fixed overhead ಮಾತ್ರ budget production ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ 45
Yes.
or NRV 40 whichever is less is equal to 40 next valuation of raw material dash right since NRV of finished goods is lesser are you able to catch NRV of finished goods lesser ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಥಿಯರಿ ಓದಿದ್ದು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು raw material also should be valued at
NRV.
NRV.
NRV ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ NRV is replacement cost ಅಂತ. Full stop and continue. For raw material, replacement cost is NRV. Why you tell me? You raw material purchase ಮಾಡಿ ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕ. Raw material is for use. Yeah. So that is cost 20 or NRV 19, whichever is less. Cost 20 or NRV 19, whichever is less, is equal to 19. Next line. Inventory valuation. Inventory valuation. Small a. Closing stock of finished goods. Yesterday, problem alle
1,400.
2,400 units. 2,400 units into Supra. Estaito 40 alva. 40. Next, raw material 1,800 into 90. Copy the answer. ಎಂತ ಕರ್ಮ. 96,000 plus 34,200, 130,200. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನ್ರಪ್ಪ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it easy? Is it easy?
Yes.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್. ಇದು ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸಿ ದಿಸ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ನೋಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ 1 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ನೀವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಲರ್ನ್ ಬೋತ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಓಕೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನು ಓದಮ್ಮ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೀ July 21 ಅಂತ ಹೆಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕ್ವಶನ್ ನಂಬರ್ 1B. ಸೊ ಬರೀ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ PPE ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ AS10. ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ರೀಡ್ ಅದು ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ PPE ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ AS10. ಬಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ PPE ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಫಸ್ಟ್, ದೆನ್ ಯು ರೈಟ್ ದಿಸ್. ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬರೀ ರೈಟ್ PPE ಡೆಫಿನಿಷನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರೆಕಗ್ನಿಷನ್, FEB ಮತ್ತೆ CMR. ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ. ಅದು ಬರ್ದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ವರಿಡ್ 825 ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 800 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. FEB ಅಂಡ್ CMR. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಜರ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬಾರ್ ರಿವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್. ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ PPE. ಓದಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಯಾರದು?
1B1. A Limited has contracted with the supplier to purchase machinery which is to be installed at its new plant in 4 months' time.
Make a circle for 4 months' time. 4 months' time. Important. 4 months' time. Next.
Special
So
foundation.
that's why next class ಬರೋವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಔಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಔಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್.
Special foundations were required for the machinery which were to be prepared within the supply lead time. The cost of the site preparation and laying foundations were 2,10,000.
Is it a part of the cost?
Yes.
Yes. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ. Site ... foundation 2,10,000. Next.
These activities are supervised by an architect during the entire period who is employed for this purpose at a salary of 35,000 per month.
Architect fees ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರಬೇಕು? Quick.
35 into 12.
ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್.
35,000 into 12.
35,000 into 12 ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಗಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಟಾಗ? 35,000 into 4 months. 4 months. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಪರ್ಣ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ. 35,000 into 4 months. ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಓಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು 12 months ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ. 35,000 into ಸುಪರ್ಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ತಿಂಗಳೇ?
35,000 into 4 months.
4 months. ಮತ್ತೆ 12 months ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು? ತಾತ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು 35,000 into 4 months. ಎಷ್ಟು? 1,40,000. Next.
The machinery was purchased for 1,00,000.
Very cost of purchase 127,50,000. ಅದು 10 ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. 127,50,000. Next.
And the sum of rupees 2,12,500 was incurred towards transportation charges to bring
carriage. So very carriage on purchase of the machinery also has to be added. 2,12,500. Next.
Transportation charges to bring the machinery to the plant site. An engineer was appointed at a fees of 37,500 to supervise the installation of the machinery at the plant site.
So till installation, everything has to be added. Supervisor salary till installation. Admit, very 37,500. Good. This is examination. July 21 question. Still, answer. Total money. Ella total ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. Look at the stupidity of our life. ಅಲ್ವಾ 5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ 2 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. 2 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ 5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅದು. Be careful. 2 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು
1,33,50,000.
50,000. ಓಕೆ. Machinery to be capitalized. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಒಂದು ನೋಟ್ ಬರಿ ಜನರಲ್ ನೋಟ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಏನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಬಹುದು? They could have given some other expenditure right here. Right. Post installation expense, trial run cost, etc. should be excluded. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ 3 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಕಂಡ್ರು 3 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Yes, sir.
ಸರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು.
Yes, sir.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. You are able to understand 90%?
Yes, sir.
ತಪ್ಪಿದೆ. And pace is reasonably okay. I cannot come very slow because I am doing problems in the revision class here. Okay. So you are reasonably able to catch up?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Assuming something you miss also, ಮತ್ತೆ after the class ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
ಹೀಗೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು? Okay. Now one more sub question there. Okay. They would have asked ಏನಂತ? One more, major chain of retail stores has acquired a new store location. New location requires substantial renovation expenditure. Renovation expenditure ಅನ್ನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ. Renovation expenditure, if it is capital, so it is going to extend the capacity or to capitalize. Otherwise, you are charged to revenue. ಅದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಅದು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೀವು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬರೀ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸಿ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು 1B ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, B1 ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, B2 ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಿ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲಿ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ 1B1 and 1B2. Next, third question. Deepa, faster go. 1C. All of you write on 1C. Leave two lines. Bitcoin bari jata. Underline ಮಾಡಿ. ಓದಮ್ಮ.
Alps Limited has received the following grants from the government.
ನೀವು ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ ಓದಿ ಸಾಕು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್.
First one, 120 lakhs received as a subsidy from the central government for setting up an industrial undertaking in Medak, a notified backward area.
Okay, ಹೇಳಿ. So for setting up a new unit, what is that called? 3 RMRs ಇತ್ತು. Revenue, capital, promoters contribution. You're starting a new one. ಏನದು?
Promoters contribution.
ಬರೀ point number 1. PC take to capital reserve. ನಾನು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? PC 120 ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಂದ್ರೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್. 120 lakh ಟೇಕನ್ ಟು, ನಾನು ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನಲಿ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೇಲೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ. 120 lakh ಟೇಕನ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
15 lakh grant received from the central government on installation of effluent treatment plant.
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು?
Capital grant.
Capital grant, two options. Left side, reduce from cost and depreciation on net value, or put a big or. Right side, show at OC and show grant as anybody?
Deferred revenue.
Excellent, Lasya. Deferred revenue grant. Depreciation on OC and amortize such grant. Amortize such grant in the depreciation base. ಯಾವ ಡಿಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಶ್ವಿನಿ ಅವರೇ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್,
25 lakhs received from the state government for providing medical facility to its workmen during the pandemic.
ವರ್ಕ್ಮೆನ್. ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 3, ವರ್ಕ್ಮೆನ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ. ಏನ್ ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ ನೋಡಿ, 3 ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. revenue grant 3 RMRs. ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ಮೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾರೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮೀ, ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಮೋಟರ್ಸ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ, ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವು ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ ಏನು 3 RMRs. ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಟು ಪಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಸೆಪರೇಟ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಾ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right side, credit as other income. Correct? Last one, reduce from employee benefit expense. Is it not a copy paste of the theory what we discussed, my dear friends?
Yes,
Sir.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅನ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಮಜಾ. Okay, till now 90% you understood?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
This is a question what we solved in the class. Very quick again. 1D AS3 cash flow statement, direct method para 18A. Capital A, operating cash flows, rupees. First ಎಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನರ್ ಕಾಲಮ್. ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಫ್ಲೋಸ್ ಗೆ ಒಂದು 8 ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಬಿ, ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 4-5 lines, then financing activities. My suggestion, my dear friends, I will write only the amount. Particulars ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ for saving time?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನರ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಓಕೆ, ದೀಪಾ ಓದಿ.
opening balance 945.
Leave it.
Receipts from customers
ಎಲ್ಲಿ
74,642.
Operating.
ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 74
Positive.
ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೋದಾಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ತರ ಇದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರೀರಿ. 74,682 ಇನ್ನರ್ ಕಾಲಮ್ ಬರೀ, rupees in thousands ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಡಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಮ್ಮ.
Sale of investment cost is 4,05,000.
ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಳಾಗೋಯ್ತು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕು? ರಿಸೀಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ.
Investment.
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ದೀಪ. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಪರವಾಗಿ. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ 459. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
Issue of shares 8,100.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ
Financing.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬರೀ 8,100 ಮತ್ತೆ ನೋಟ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
Sale of property, plant and equipment.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ
Investing.
If you have seen that balance sheet, so easy control. Investing ಕೆಳಗೆ 3, 4, 5, 6. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಐಟಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಐಟಮ್ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್. ಒಳಮ
Payment to suppliers 54,918. Operating.
ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ 54,918. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
Purchase of investment 351.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ
Investing.
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ 351. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
Property, plant and equipments acquired 6,000.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ 610 ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್.
Wages and salaries 1,863. Operating.
ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ 1863.
Payment of overheads 3,105.
ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್. ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
Dividends 2,160.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ
Financing act.
ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಬರ್ರಿ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ 2160.
Repayment of bank overdraft 6,700.
ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಓವರ್ ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಓವರ್ ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಿರೋ. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಓವರ್ ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಆರ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದೀನಿ ಎಲ್ರು? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಓವರ್ ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಡೌಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಓವರ್ ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಆರ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
Interest paid on bank overdraft 1,350.
always financing within the bracket 1350. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ 14,796. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮೇನ್ ರೈಟ್, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಜನರೇಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ಸ್. ಬರೀಬೇಕು CFO. ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಐಟಮ್, ಸೆಪರೇಟ್ ಐಟಮ್. ನೆನಪಿದೆ ಹೇಳಿದ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ
Yes, sir.
ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಪೇಯ್ಡ್ within the bracket 6561 outer column 8235 calculation ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ just copy. Next ಇದರದ್ದು ಟೋಟಲ್ ಇಷ್ಟರದ್ದು outer column 2646 make a circle and write against it used negative ಬಂದ್ರೆ used ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯಬೇಕು. net cash used ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇದು ರಿಸೀಟ್, ಇದು ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. within the bracket 2160 used ಎಲ್ಲ outer column. Total 3429 net increase in cash and cash equivalent. Net increase in cash and cash equivalent 3429. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್. ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ equivalent at the beginning ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ? 945. Total must come to the question. ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಕ್ಲೋಜರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ 4374. We have also taken 20 minutes to do question number 1. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವು ಸ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ 30 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. Are you comfortable reasonably?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then continue. Okay, January 21. ಓದಮ್ಮ. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ನು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕು.
Question 1. Darshan Limited purchased a machinery on 1st April 2016 for 130 lakhs. Useful life is 4 years. Government grants received 40 lakhs for the purchase of above machinery.
So, you write cost 130 minus grant 40 is equal to 90 lakh. Or next, as given here, 2 RMRs. Original cost 130. Right side, deferred revenue grant. ಎಷ್ಟು? 40. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ 40 lakh. So next, ಓದಮ್ಮ.
Salvage value at the end of useful life is estimated at 60 lakhs. Darshan Limited decides to treat the grant as deferred income.
They are asking you to compute the depreciation. So ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ quick ಆಗಿ. So left side ಅಲ್ಲಿ what is the cost ma?
130.
130 lakh.
130. You write cost less salvage value 60. 60. Difference is to 70. Depreciation per annum 70 by 4 years 17.5 lakh. Right side amortization of grant to P&L
30 lakh divided by 4.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ 5 marks 2 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು. 40 lakh divided by 4 years is equal to 10 lakh. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತೇನ್ರ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
ಸೊ P&L extract ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎರಡು ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು P&L ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್. ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ we have done in a reasonably very slow. ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. 2 depreciation 17.5. ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಬೈ amortization of grant 10. Now connect left with right. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ?
7.5.
7.5 within the bracket 130 minus 60. 130 minus 60 ಅಲ್ಲದು 130 minus 40 130 minus 40 130 minus 40 is equal to how much?
90.
90. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿದಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ 90 minus 60 130 minus 40 minus 60 salary value ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ 30 divided by 4 years
7.5.
ಅದು ಇದು ಬರೀಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಇದು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ 2 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ 5 marks. Was it not easy?
Yes, sir.
Are you getting comfort in the circumstance now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Speed ಇದೆ, speed ಬೇಕಂತಲೇ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನನಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ಜೀವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡೋದು. So that I want you to come to that level. Next question, Akka and Anna. Look at this question. They have asked you to reclassify. In reclassification investment, ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ? Cost or fair value. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. 2B, 1B, 1B. I'll not get into the details. 1B. Left side. Long term to current. ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ?
Cost or carrying amount.
Or carrying amount, whichever is less. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬರೀಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. Right side. Current to long term. ಏನು?
Fair value.
Fair value.
Cost or fair value.
Fair value, which is less. ಅದನ್ನ ಬರೀಬೋದಾ? For example, ಒಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನೋಡಿಲಿ. In case carrying amount investment rate of lesser than the cost, hence reclassified current investment should be at 9 lakh. We just apply that principle each one and do it. ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ?
Yes, sir.
ಆ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು, ಡನ್. ಓಕೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಓಕೆ, ನೋಡಿ ಇದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ನಾನು ಈಗ. ನೋಡಿ, ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಸೊ ದ ಕಂಪನಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ರಿಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ದ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೊ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೊ ದ ಫೇರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ. ದೇ ಗಿವನ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ರೀಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ರೀಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್, ಅಥವಾ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಏನು? ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಟ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಫೇರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ, ವಿಚ್ ಎವರ್ ಲೆಸ್. ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್? ಯಾ. Next, 1C. ಇದೇನು? You have an inventory, raw material. ಬರೀಬೇಕು. 1C ಪಕ್ಕ ಬರೀ. 1C. Next, new 2 lines and 1C and right. Raw material weight. ಯಾಕೆ?
After finished goods.
Weight. 2 lines ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. 2-3 lines ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. Next, small b. WIP. 2 RMRs. Cost, right side, NRV. ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ is 245. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ NRV is equal to, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇಕಾಗೋದು, SP, selling price, ಮೈನಸ್ selling price ಆಫ್ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್. ಇವತ್ತ ಅರ್ಧ ಶರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ. ಸರ್ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅರ್ಧ ಚೂಡಿದಾರ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹುಡುಗಿರು ಹಾಫ್ ಸಾರಿ ತಗೋತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ರೈಟ್, ನೀವು ಹೋಗಬೇಡ. ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಕಲಿ ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಷನ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ X1, selling expenses X2, estimate cost of completion X3. X3 ಕೆಳಗೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ WIP. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ leave 2 lines. See 3 finished products. Finished product 2 RMRs. Cost 295. ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Yes, sir.
Right side NRV is equal to X1 minus X2. ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ X1 X2 same. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
X1 minus X2. 280 minus 5% of 280. 280 minus 14 rupees, 266 ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ?
Yes, sir.
So now connect. Left side 295, right side 266, whichever is less. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? 266. Now go back to second one. Second cost ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೀವು? 245. Right side same ಬರೀ. X1 ಎಷ್ಟು? 280 minus 14
5%.
minus extra cost they said 50. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಚೂರು ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ. This is special. ಸರ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? 216. Connect 245, 216, whichever is less. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸೇಮ್. ಎಷ್ಟು? 216. Come to raw material. ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. raw material ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ finished goods down, ಇದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ down, valued at NRV, hence 2 RMRs. Cost 100. Can you imagine the insult? Such an easy insult. 100. Right side NRV being a replacement cost, ET.
whichever is less 80.
Whichever is less 80. Completely below that. Therefore, inventory value, ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ detail ಆಗಿ. Inventory value RM 900 into 80. Next, WIP, ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು 900 into 80? 72,000.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, next, WIP 400 into 216 ಇರಬೇಕು. Yeah. Next, finished goods 800 into 266. ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತಪ್ಪ ದೇವ್ರು? ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತ?
3,71,200.
5 marks. 5 marks. We have taken 4 minutes. Come to my speed, you will get 100 out of 100. Come to my speed. At least around 90% of my speed. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ದೇವರಿಗೆ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is one special problem. I'll spend little time on this. Okay. 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 Everybody understood till now? Easy.
Yes, sir.
Next, B. ಇದು 2. ಇದು D ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? D ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಇದು. D ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇದು D. 2D. 1D. First is simple. 1D ನಲ್ಲಿ small a. Debtors. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So debtors reinstatement. Statute, look at me. Due from SIS rupees 9 lakh, recorded the prevailing rate 72 and US dollar, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? At the end is 73.5. Differential amount ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು. rupees 9 lakh ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ಯಾರು? ಬರೀ debtors recorded at rupees 72 per dollar at rupees 9 lakh. Therefore, dollars is equal to 9 lakh divided by 72. Yes, sir. 9 lakh divided by 12,500 dollars. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇದು?
Yes, sir.
Stronger currency to weaker currency, you have to divide. This divide. Rupees 9 lakh divided by 72 is equal to 12,500. Closing rate 73.5. 73.5. Therefore, exchange gain. Debtors andre asset. Exchange gain, which is a bracket asset. 12,500 into start a bracket. 73.5 minus 72 is equal to
12,500 into 1.5, 18,750.
18,750 credit to P&L. Any restatement ಅಲ್ಲಿ profit ಬಂದಾಗ P&L account create ಮಾಡಿ. 2 marks ಬಂತು. Is it complicated?
No.
Next one ಅದೇ ತರ but that's second one. Question ಅದು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. Next one. Long term loan again 75 lakh. Record at they have said 70.5. ಬರೀ long term loan 75 lakh divided by 70.5 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ I think there is some mathematical is there. It will be 75 lakh, will be 5 lakh. Oh, one second. Loan was taken on 1st April and 1st April rate was 72.5. Sorry. So 75 lakh divided by 72.5.
1,03,448.28.
1,03,448.28. Banta eldrigo banta?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Then they repaid something. 5 lakh rupees was repaid ante on 31st December. On which date? 70.5. So, let's repayment. 5 lakh by 70.5. 5 lakh by 70.5.
7,092.19.
7092.19. 7012.9. So what is the exchange? closing loan minus money. 103 minus 7092.19. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? Hello?
96,356.08.
96,356.08. 96,356.08. ಬಂತ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next line. Closing balance, therefore closing balance, ಇದು important ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, closing balance, 96,356.08 into closing rate. ಇದನ್ನ ರೀಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತಾ? ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲರೂ ರೀಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. Even if you understood ರೀಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. Second portion. 96,356.08 into closing rate, 73.5. Closing rate ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? 7082,171. ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. 7082,171. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಪ್ಪ?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Next, inner column ಬರೀರಿ. 7082.1 whatever. Closing rate. ಅದು 7082.171. Next, exchange loss. Exchange loss of the closing balance. Exchange loss of the closing balance. ಅಲ್ಲ, closing balance ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? Closing balance 70 lakh ಬರಬೇಕು. rupees 70 lakh ಅಲ್ವಾ? Exchange. What should be the closing balance? You said, I'm sorry. Closing balance ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರಬೇಕು?
96.
7082,171 ಬಂತಲ್ವಾ?
Yes.
Okay, ಅದು next point ಬರಿ. Next point ಅದು exchange loss ಬೇಡ. But closing balance in INR 70 lakh. Closing balance in INR ಎಷ್ಟು? 70 lakh. Difference ಎಷ್ಟು? 82,000.
82,171.
171.
82,171 is the exchange loss, sorry. Exchange loss because it is a loan. Loan is a liability. Correct?
Yeah.
82,171. Next, exchange gain on repayment of 5 lakh rupees. Exchange gain on a repayment of 5 lakh. 7092.19 into 7092.19 into rupees 2. 2 ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬಂತು? 72.5 minus 70.5. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ?
14,184.38.
40,184. Whatever. Difference ಎಷ್ಟು? ನೆಟ್ ಒಂದು ಲಾಸ್ ಒಂದು ಗೇನ್.
Loss.
ಎಷ್ಟು? 67.
987.
67,987.
Point some amount. Loss, underline loss. 2 RMRs. Either debit to P&L, that's what we normally do, or there's a special item, or right side, loan iddaga matra, or debit FCMITD account. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Just a minute. ನೀವು ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ Did you write that? FC, foreign currency monetary item translation difference account. Let's go, Tajira. Yeah, option.
Yes,
So
sir.
either you can debit the P&L account or you can go to this account. The loan make important mark, loaning matra. So I repeat that last calculation, important. First INR estitto, we have recorded INR 75 lakh. 75 lakh was taken on 1st April, all of you concentrate, 1st April 19. 1st April 19 rate was 72.5. Found out how many dollars? It comes to 103,448. Artha. Then 5 lakh rupees you repaid at the rate was 70.5. That means how many dollars you repaid? 7092.19. That means closing foreign currency is 96,356. And closing rate is 73.5. The rate amount should have been 70 lakh 82,000. Whereas in terms of INR, it's only 70 lakh. In 70 lakh, 75 lakh, 5 lakh, that means differential amount of the exchange loss. It is a loan. Loan is a liability. Whereas rupees 5 lakh, when you borrowed it was 72.5, but when you repaid it is at 70.5, that means there's an exchange gain. All of you write down below that. Foreign currency loan is a liability. General note. Foreign currency loan is a liability. Foreign currency loan is a liability. Rate increase is a loss. Exchange rate increase is a loss. Correct? Deepa, you have to pay more. You have to pay more. Right side. So right side. Rupees 5 lakh repaid. 5 lakh repaid when the rate was lesser. That is borrowed at 72.5 but repaid at 70.5. Hence it is a gain. The error is ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ confusion ಆಗಬಹುದು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ದೇವರಿಗೆ? General note again. For debtors bar assets, exchange rate increases, it is a gain. Exchange rate increases, it is a gain. Next, creditors bar liability. Exchange rate increases, loss. Everybody understood, Baba? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'll just talk to SMS sir because he's supposed to take at 10 o'clock. One half an hour extend my request. You 2 minutes break in the meantime. Okay. 2 minutes, 3 minutes break. Mandrendra? Have you people come back?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So look at this question. Okay. Next, November 20 suggest answer. Okay, now so previous cycle 1 itto. Cycle 1. Okay. Now AS10, but November 20, question number 1A. Okay, point number 1 only, quick agi. Deepa.
A Limited machinery purchased for 10 lakh rupees on 1st April 2015 and residual value after useful life of 5 years based on 2015 prices is 10 lakh.
So what is the depreciation? Bari. Depreciation 1. Cost minus estimated residual value divided by estimated life. Formula. Kutta elrigidu 10 lakh minus reverse 10 lakh divided by 5 is equal to 0. Because residual value after 5 years, maybe unique asset irbodu. Artha agtide elrigo?
Yes, sir.
And look at the answer. Answer is nil. Alli reasoning kodabeku. So because sumne time pass kala. Give reasons anta bari adu copy paste madbedu matte give reasons. Reason cost is equal to residual value. That's why there is no what you call the depreciation possible. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whatever. Next, second point.
Land for 50 lakhs.
Heli, land, depreciation.
Non-depreciable.
Say, nodi, an insult nodi. Land, nil, very important. Presumed to be freehold land. Freehold land, leasehold land, is important. Presumed to be freehold land, which is the bracket, leasehold land over the life. If you have a land which is absolute owner, there is no depreciation. You lose the one, freehold land. Next one.
A machinery is constructed for 5 lakhs for its own use. Useful life is 10 years. Construction is completed on 1st April 2019, but the company does not begin using the machine until 31st March 2020.
From which year you should start? 1 for 19 or 1 for 20 now?
1 for 20.
1 for
1 for 19.
19.
Yeah, 28 though. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಸಲ ರೆಡಿ ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕೊಡೋದಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಸಲ ರೆಡಿ ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ವ ನಾನು. ಯಾ.
Yes.
ಬರೀ. ಸೊ ಏನದು? From 1 for 19. ಬರೀ ಒಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 3. Machinery depreciation from the machinery depreciation from the date
It's ready to use.
Underline ready to use. 10 ಸಲ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾವು ready to use. That is from 1/4/19 itself. 1/4/19 itself. ಎಷ್ಟು? 5 lakh by 10 years, 50,000. Next.
Machinery purchased on 1st April 2017 for 50,000 with useful life of 5 years and residual value is nil. On 1st April 2019, management decides to use the asset for further 2 years only.
Okay, so very 2 RMRs. For first 2 years, 50,000 by 5, 50,000 minus nil. Formula iste. ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕು ನಾವು ಓದಾಡ್ತೀವಿ 50,000 minus nil divided by 5 years. ಎಷ್ಟು 10,000.
10,000.
Right side. From 1/4/19, only 2 more years. They revised the estimated useful life. ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಾ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Carrying amount 50,000 minus 10,000 into 2. ಎರಡು ವರ್ಷ ಡಿಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ?
30,000 divided by 2.
30,000 divided by 2 more years, 15,000. 5 marks control. 5 marks. ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? Yeah. Next 1B.
On 1st April 2016, MAT Limited received a government grant of rupees 60 lakhs for acquisition of machinery costing 300 lakhs.
ನಾನು ಇದು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. So 300 lakh minus 60, 240 lakh. Correct? A cost 300 minus 60, 240 lakh. Next.
The grant was credited to the cost of the asset.
Be careful. Credited andre they are reduced anta. You know, they are reduced. They are reduced. There are two options I gave you. Either reduced or deferred revenue grant. Correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next. Yeah.
The estimated useful life of the machinery is 10 years. The machinery is depreciated at 10% on the written down value basis.
Written down value. Very important. Now, SLM ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು. So, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ -24 ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ minus 19.44. So, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ. ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ 10% WDV ಮಾಡೋದು dot 174.96. Yeah. Next. Podama.
The company had to refund the grant in June 2019.
June 19. That means April and May, 2 months you have to calculate. Very special one. That's depreciation for April and May for 2 months. That's important. So 174.96 into 10% into 2 by 12 months. Is to
2.916.
2.916. Then what did I tell? Whatever the treatment you have given earlier, you have to be exactly reverse. Earlier you are reducing from the cost. Now you add. It one mistake until 2 months miss mark. Make important mark. And June andre you presume it to be 1st June. 1st June anta presume ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 30th June ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ?
Yes, sir.
2 months depreciation miss ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ reverse ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಏನಾದ್ರು? Refund of the grant in June 19, we presume to be 1st June. So, this 2 months depreciation miss agate. Add back refund of grant. Refund of grant. This is the bracket AS5, extraordinary item as per AS12. So, 172 plus 60, 232.044. Is the revised book value as on 1/1/2019.
Yes, sir.
Next line. Therefore, depreciation for balance depreciation for 1920 for 10 months. WDV basis.
232.044 into 10% into 10 by 12.
19.337.
232.044 into 10% into 10 by 12 months. 10 by 12 months is equal to 19.337. 337. Therefore, next line. Total depreciation for 1920 is equal to 2.916. Correct? First 2 months into plus 19.337. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ?
22.253.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ. The entries and copy ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Look at me. When you refund a grant, machinery get debit ಮಾಡಿ to bank account. Depreciation to machinery that 8 months, but the depreciation ಅದೇ again 2 months entry pass ಮಾಡಿ finally paid account ಗೆ transfer ಮಾಡಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The next question is about valuation of gold, silver, which is an investment. If the long-term investment valued at cost, which is a permanent decrease, minus ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Whereas the current investment, the cost or market value, whichever is less. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಾ?
Yes, sir.
ಅದು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, easy ಇದೆ. And again, there's a term loan of 320 lakh taken on 15th March. They said all these are the cost which is incidental to capital. In March 2020, that is 19 ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ, shed was completed and machinery was installed. The bank interest was 40 lakh rupees. Borrowing cost. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? Whatever is the borrowing cost, we need to capitalize for such period. So, the borrowing cost is 40 lakh. The total cost of this, what the construction cost of the asset is 240. This 240 lakh, I repeat, all of you look at me. 320 lakh is the loan taken. Adana, they have used it for various purposes, machinery purposes, working capital, vehicles, etc. So you should take only that interest which is related to the construction cost. 1C, jaga bitbidi, yes 13, easy the cost or another theory. Next 1D, general borrowing. General borrowing. 320 lakh used for various purposes. Therefore, borrowing cost as per year 16. 40 lakh. 40 lakh. 2 RMRs. Related to qualifying asset, shed. Very 240 divided by 320 into 40. Look at me. Total interest 40 lakh adi kottavara. 40 lakh is for 320. 320 ke 40 ade 240 ke ಎಷ್ಟು? ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಎಷ್ಟು?
130.
130 da.
190.
30 lakh ma. 240 by 320 into 40 lakh, it's 30 lakh. Below the to be capitalized. To be capitalized. Therefore, revised cost of the shed is for that.
270.
240 plus 30, 270. Right side. Balance 10 lakh. Is also borrowing cost as per year 16. Alva. Is also borrowing cost as per year 16. So, ಎಷ್ಟು borrowing cost as per year 16. Debit it ಅಥವಾ charge to P&L. Charge to P&L. Reasonably enjoyed? Okay. 10 minutes quick break. 10:05. SMS sir will be taking his easy portions. Don't miss it. After that, again, I'll come back. So I thought of actually doing it because I went for little elaborative problems in account stand. There is 1 hour maximum I may take afterwards also because I wanted to give you the syllabus for study for next 3 days. Alva. While account stand, but you cannot keep on doing. So 10 minutes quick tiffin break. Thank you. Those are having office commitment.
Hello friends, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, a very good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, a very good morning. How was the session in the morning? Good? Yes, okay. Fine. See, sir would have informed you about this. The objective of the session is to ensure that your preparation becomes easy, right? So even if the topics that we are discussing, even if you're not remembering anything, nothing to get worry about it. It's just to ensure that what is there in the particular chapter, we are brushing through the points that we have already discussed, but obviously 3 to 4 months back, group 1 accounts, right? So since we have discussed it long time back, a quick revision so that your preparation becomes easy. You will not require much time for your preparation. You need not spend much time for your preparation. Yes. So with that, we'll start with the session. We'll not waste our time. We will try and finish 4 chapters in today's session. Okay, pre-incorporation profit or loss, insurance claims, bonus issue, right issue, and redemption of preference shares. Okay, we'll start with pre-incorporation profit or loss. Shreya, can you make me the host so that I can share the screen?
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Yeah. Right. So in case of pre-incorporation profit or loss, what happens in that scenario is whenever an entity gets converted to a company or an entity is taken over by a company, in such cases, yes, the actual agreement date would be different, but since it's a company has to be incorporated in accordance with the Companies Act, which takes time. So from the date of takeover or the date of conversion till the date of incorporation, the whatever activities happen, this is called pre-incorporation period. And the activity which happens post that would be post-incorporation period. Generally, if this period is a shorter time period, then they will not close the books of account at this point in time. They will continue the books of account, preparation of books of account. So at that particular time, let's say 1st of January 2021 up to the 1st of April 2021 was the incorporation date. So they prepare the books of account for one more year. So 31st of March 2022. In such cases, the balance sheet or the profit and loss that they prepare, the company prepares, will be from Jan 2021 to March 2022. This includes the period before incorporation. So this profit is not belonging to the company. Correct? Because the company was incorporated only on this date. So we need to give a separate treatment to this profits. Hence, we have the discussion of profit or loss prior to incorporation. So a continuous running proprietorship concern or a partnership concern or a newly formed business activity, say from 1st of Jan 2010, company incorporation process completed on 31st March 2010, books of account continued till 31st March 2011. So therefore, we need to split the profit and loss in a columnar way into pre-incorporation and post-incorporation profits. Pre-incorporation and post-incorporation profits. Then the basis based on which we split the profit and loss account. We have to identify the objects, identify the items of the P&L as pure pre-incorporation items, pure post-incorporation items. Certain items could be common to both pre-incorporation and post-incorporation. So if it is pure pre-incorporation item, we would consider it under pre-incorporation profit column. If it is pure post-incorporation item, we would consider it in the post-incorporation, entirely under post-incorporation column. Whereas if it is a common item, what we have to do? We need to apportion. On what basis we apportion? Depending upon the information given. If any specific information given, we'll go with specific information with regard to apportionment. In certain cases, they would give specific information. We'll look into some problems with regard to rent, salary, etc. They may give us certain specific information. In such cases, we will go with such specific information. If not given, generally we'll, if it is related to sales, if that item is related to sale, we go with sales ratio. If that item is related, is time proportion, or if there is no specific information given, or if it is not related to sales, we go with time ratio. Right? So time ratio examples where we use time ratio: rent and salary, Examples where we use sales ratio, it could be bad debts, commission, etc. Pure pre-incorporation item would be vendor salary, interest on purchase consideration up to the date of incorporation. Pure post-incorporation items are preliminary expense written off, director salary, dividend, etc. Right? Bad debts recovered also will go with sales ratio. However, if there is any specific information that bad debt was written off in the pre-incorporation period, now recovered, then such recovery would also be adjusted in the pre-incorporation item itself. With regard to audit fees, if it is given that it's a statutory audit fees, then post-incorporation. If it is given that it's tax audit fees, then common item, we go with sales ratio because tax audit is based on turnover. Then if it is just audit fees, then we may consider it as tax audit or statutory audit and accordingly give our treatment. So give a note with regard to your assumption and then proceed. Certain cases, they themselves specify audit fees relate to company, etc. In such cases, we can go ahead with whatever given in the question. So using this, we divide the profit or loss into pre-incorporation, post-incorporation. Then we will get the pre-incorporation profits, post-incorporation profits. Post-incorporation profits, we have no doubt we will take it to P&L account or we'll consider it under the P&L account. Whereas if it is a pre-incorporation, what is the treatment? That depends on whether it's a profit or loss. If it's a profit, only one treatment, transfer it to capital reserve. However, if it's a loss, we have three treatments. It could be debited directly to P&L in the first year itself, or it could be considered as a loss prior to incorporation, debited to loss prior to incorporation account, written off over the years, say 3 to 5 years, or can be debited to goodwill. This is the most suggested method, most followed method with regard to pre-incorporation profits, debited to loss prior to incorporation account. Clear with this? These are the points that are there in this chapter. So we'll look into some problems. Yeah, so RTP question itself, we'll look into November 21, last attempt RTP question. New Limited was incorporated on 1st of August 2020 to take over the business of a partnership firm with effect from 1st of April 2020. It provides you the following information for the year ended 31st of March 2021. So we have gross profit, salary, rent rates, depreciation, commission on sale, interest on debenture, director's fees, advertisement. New Limited initiated an advertising campaign which resulted in increase in monthly average sales by 25% post-incorporation. Gross profit ratio post-incorporation increased to 30% from 25%. Apportion pre-incorporation, post-incorporation profit. So how do we apportion gross profit? We have post and pre column. We have the basis column. So gross profit, we have a specific ratio. Correct? What is the, in any pre-incorporation question, what is the steps that we follow? First, we will calculate time ratio and sales ratio. Okay. So here, what is the date of incorporation? 1st of August. Date of starting the business is 1st of April. So time ratio pre-incorporation is 4 months. Post-incorporation 8 months. So 1:2.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sales ratio. They say if pre-incorporation sales is X, post-incorporation monthly sales, I'm talking about, post-incorporation monthly sales is 1.25X. Why? They say monthly sales increased by 25%. Correct? So pre-incorporation total months is 4. So total sales in pre-incorporation period is 4X. Total sales in post-incorporation period is 8 months into 1.25X. So 4X is to 1.25 into 8, we get 10. Yeah, 10. So 4X is to 10X, we get 2:5. The sales ratio is 2:5. Clear with this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So that is time ratio and sales ratio. Then we have related to gross profit, we have certain information. We know the sales of pre-incorporation period 4X, post-incorporation period 10X. They say pre-incorporation gross profit is 25%, post-incorporation it is 30%. So what would be the pre-incorporation gross profit? 4X into 25% X, 10X into 30% 3X. So can we say the gross profit is in the ratio of 1:3? Right? So we would apportion it in the ratio of 1:3. 9 lakh into 1 by 4, 9 lakh into 3 by 4 would be the amounts, respective amounts. We'll not bother about the final amounts. Then salary in what proportion?
Time.
Time ratio. Very good. Rent rates and taxes?
Time.
Time. Depreciation?
Time.
Commission on sales?
Sales.
Sales ratio. Interest on debentures?
Time.
Post incorporation.
Debentures can be issued only by companies. So post incorporation item. Director fees?
Post incorporation.
Item. Advertisement?
Sales ratio.
Generally sales, but here it says new limited initiated the advertisement campaign. So it was initiated only by the company. So post incorporation. That's it. This is how we will solve. We get the bifurcation between pre-incorporation and post-incorporation profits. Clear with this?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Fairly comfortable with this topic?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So we have lots of problems in this material. You can solve those problems. All are pretty simple. Okay. Next, our next topic is insurance claims for loss of stock, loss of profit. Standard topic, very important topic. So with regard to insurance claims, we have two bifurcations, two types of insurance that we learn in this particular chapter, which is loss of stock and loss of
Profit.
Very good. Loss of stock and loss of profit. So basically, what is insurance? It's a contract of indemnity, making good the losses. Under loss of stock policy, it is insurance against the risk of losing the cost of goods because of fire. So whatever we have lost because of the goods destroyed in fire, that is reimbursed, that is indemnified in loss of stock of goods. So what is the steps that we have to follow? First, we have to prepare previous year trading account. Why do we prepare previous year trading account?
Closing stock.
Gross profit.
Trading account or gross profit percentage. We have to apply the gross profit percentage based on last year's. So for this, we need to adjust all abnormal items. If stock is valued at a lesser amount in the previous year, we need to add back so that it is reinstated to its cost, so that we get the normal gross profit percentage. Correct? We prepare previous year trading account to get the gross profit percentage. Once we get the gross profit percentage, we will prepare current year memorandum trading account. Why do we call it memorandum trading account? Because we are preparing it for a interim period from the beginning of the financial year till the date of fire. From the beginning of the financial year till the date of fire, we are preparing this memorandum trading account. Why are we preparing this?
Closing stock.
The closing stock. So why do we need the closing stock? Closing stock as on the date of fire represents the goods which got destroyed in fire. Right? Now, in most of the cases, this entire closing stock need not be my loss because there could be some residual value remaining after fire. So my loss would be closing stock minus that residual value. Closing stock minus residual value will be my actual loss. So technically, this should be the amount that the insurance company should reimburse me, but there is something called average clause, right? So first we need to check in the question whether average clause is part of the contract or not. If it is not part of the contract, then insurance amount, that is the assured amount, or actual loss, whichever is less, would be the amount that they would reimburse, that they would indemnify. However, if average clause is part of the contract, then we need to check whether it is applicable or not. When it would be applicable?
Greater than insured. Closing stock is not.
Very good. Not the actual loss, closing stock. So if closing stock is greater than the insured amount, then it is a case of underinsurance. So I'll not pay you the entire loss. In such cases, claim will be equal to actual loss divided by closing stock into insured amount. Similarly, if closing stock is lesser than the insured amount, lesser than or equal to the insured amount, in such case, actual loss would be the amount that they will reimburse, indemnify. Claim amount would be actual loss. Clear with this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is loss of stock. So that is what is there here as well. Prepared trading account of the previous year, current year memorandum trading account together closing stock, average clause if insurance is lesser than the stock. That is for loss of goods. The next one is loss of profit. In case loss of profit policy, it is in addition to loss of stock. So unless you have loss of stock policy, you cannot have, unless you have loss of stock policy, you cannot have loss of profit. Loss of profit cannot come in isolation. It should come with loss of stock policy. So loss of profit shall be admitted by the insurance company if and only if loss of stock is admitted. So here we have certain formulas for additional expenses, allowance of additional expenses, etc. So basically, what is the steps involved here? First, we will calculate the gross profit. What is the gross profit? How do we calculate gross profit? The formula is different here. Net profit plus
insured standing charges.
Yes. Net profit plus insured standing charges. Standing charges are nothing but the fixed charges, unavoidable charges. Correct. Now, net profit by insured standing charges by sales into 100 would be my gross profit percentage. Then I will calculate the short sales. That is the sales lost because of sale, because of fire. So how do I calculate short sales? First, I will consider sales achieved in the same period in the last year. So sales in the same period of last year. For that, what I have to do?
Growth percentage should be.
Yeah, I have to add the trend in the sales, increase in the sales, etc. This should have been my target sales that I should have achieved in this particular period, but I would have achieved certain lesser amount, that is the actual sale. This gives me the short sales. This gives me the short sales. On this, if I apply the gross profit percentage, I'll get profit lost due to short sales. Gross profit on short sales would give us profit lost due to short sales. That is one part. The other part is not only the profit that we have lost due to short sales, they will also indemnify me the additional expenses that we have incurred due to fire. So in that, we have a formula. The additional expenses allowed. Before moving on to additional expenses, one of the item in additional expenses is adjusted annual turnover. So we have to calculate adjusted annual turnover. What is adjusted annual turnover? It is a turnover for 12 months preceding the date of fire. Preceding the date of fire, turnover for 12 months preceding the date of fire. If we know the split up between the turnover of last financial year and current financial year, then we adjust the trend only to the last financial year. If we do not know the split up, generally we go with adjusting the trend for the entire turnover, adjusted annual turnover, right? So we get adjusted annual turnover, but we require gross profit on adjusted annual turnover. So we apply the gross profit percentage to get GP on AAT. Then we'll calculate the additional expenses allowed. What is the additional expenses allowed? Actual additional expenses or gross profit on additional sales due to additional expenses. Then we have a formula. Gross profit on adjusted annual turnover divided by gross profit on adjusted annual turnover plus uninsured
standing charges
into additional expense. This, whichever is less, gives us the allowable additional expense. Whichever is less gives us the allowable additional expense. Then we can prepare the actual loss. Actual loss will be one, gross profit on short sales, lost on short sales, add allowable additional expenses. From this, we will reduce
Savings.
savings in what? Savings in insured standing charges only. Yeah, savings in insured standing charges would be reduced to give us actual loss. But again, this entire actual loss will not be indemnified. We need to check for
Average clause.
average clause. So here in loss of stock policy, we were comparing the closing stock and the insured amount. Here we will compare
Gross profit on
very good. Gross profit on AAT and the insured amount. We would compare the gross profit on AAT and the insured amount. If GP on AAT is greater than the insured amount, then it's under insurance. So in such cases, the claim amount will be actual loss divided by GP on adjusted annual turnover into the insured amount. If the gross profit on adjusted annual turnover is less than or equal to insured amount, then the entire loss would be the claim amount. Correct? This is the steps that we have to follow in case of loss of profit policy. So that is what is given here. So there can be a loss of stock policy without having loss of profit policy. However, there cannot be loss of profit policy without having loss of stock. If policy amount is less than gross amount, then average clause will apply. This is in case of gross profit, gross profit. So this is in case of loss of profit. Then gross profit for loss of stock, it is normal gross profit by sales into 100. For loss of profit, it is net profit plus insured standing charges by sales into 100. Goods distributed, if it is goods distributed as free samples, then reduce it from purchases. Advertisement expense account debit to purchases account. Goods withdrawn for personal purposes should also be reduced from purchases. Drawings account to purchases account. Apart from stock, when some fixed assets are lost, compute written down value of fixed asset minus salvage would be the claim. In certain cases, as part of loss of stock policy, they might reimburse you the loss of fixed asset also, if it is given in the question. So in such cases, what would be the claim amount? The written down value, that is depreciation up to the date of fire, minus the residual value or salvage value would give you the claim. Residual value or salvage value would give us the claim amount. Okay, so that is one. So if the goods are distributed as free samples, in sales the amount would not be included, but in purchase the amount would be included. Therefore, it would be part of my closing stock. But since we have already distributed it as free samples, it should not be part of my closing stock. So I have to reduce it from purchases. Similarly, goods withdrawn from personal purposes, drawings of the proprietor. In such cases, again, since we would have purchased, it would be part of my purchases, but not part of sales because it is drawings. But it should not be part of my closing stock. So reduce from purchases itself. Push it to drawings. That's it. So again, whatever we have discussed, the same thing. Loss of stock policy, the steps involved is specified here, and loss of profit policy, it's given in detail below. Whatever steps that we have discussed, the same steps. With regard to what is adjusted annual turnover and what is indemnity period, the standard turnover for short sales, etc., definition is given. Yes, these all are we have discussed. Some general points. What is life insurance? Life insurance is insurance on life of human beings. General insurance is other than life of human beings. So if it is life insurance on life of livestock, it is still general insurance. Right? Then amount shall be given either on the expiry of the policy in life insurance or expiry of the policy holder, whichever is earlier. In general insurance, it mainly covers marine, fire, miscellaneous insurance like medical insurance, motor vehicles, professional liability insurance, etc. It can be for any number of years, but general insurance will generally be for 1 year. After every year, we need to renew it. Right? Medical insurance, vehicle insurance, etc. Every year. In certain cases, it could be for a combination of 2 years, 3 years as well, but not more than that. And the amount, in case of general insurance, amount would be given only on the happening of the event. So in case of vehicle insurance, they give us the amount only happening of an accident, destroy of the vehicle, or in case of health insurance, only upon hospitalization, depending on the conditions given in the insurance policy. That is when the amount can be claimed. Insurance company final accounts is given in IRD Act. Even though it's a company, Schedule 3 will not be applicable. In the IRDA, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority Act, they have specified the financial statements format. So we need to follow that. Schedule A, life insurance. Schedule B will be general insurance. 2 schedules there. Life insurance, they have revenue account, profit and loss account, and balance sheet. So revenue account and profit and loss account, it is similar to trading account and P&L account. Then general insurance also has the same revenue account, profit and loss account, and balance sheet. In general insurance, we would have one specific item, reserve for unexpired risk, which is similar to rebate on bill discounting. So basically, it's not so important in group 1, this discussion. In group 2, you have this insurance accounts, final accounts of insurance companies. So there, banking companies, etc. There we would have discussed about it. For marine insurance, 100% of the net income would be unexpired risk. Other general insurances, 50% of the net income would be unexpired risk. Okay, so our main focus here would be on loss of stock policy, loss of profit policy. We are clear with the procedure. Our main focus is on the procedure, the steps to be followed. Loss of stock and loss of profit. Right. So we'll look into questions. November 2021 RTP again. On 2nd June 2021, stock of Mr. Hira was destroyed by fire. However, following particulars were furnished from the records saved. Stock at cost on 1st of April 2020, stock at 90% of cost on 31st of March 2021, purchases for the year ended 31st March 2021, sales for the year ended 31st March 2021, purchases from 1st April 21 to 2nd June, sales from 1st April 21 to 2nd June. Sales up to 2nd June includes amount of goods not dispatched to customers. Sale price is 1,12,500. Purchases up to 2nd June 2021 includes a machinery acquired for 22,500. Purchases up to 2nd June 21 does not include goods worth 45,000 received from suppliers as invoice not received up to the date of fire. These goods have remained in the godown at the time of fire. Insurance policy is for 1,80,000 is subject to average clause. Ascertain the amount of claim for loss of stock. Simple. What is the procedure? What is the first step that we have to go? Since we have not been given gross profit percentage, we have to prepare trading account of last year. Here the date of fire is 2nd June 2021. So trading account for 2020-21 have to be prepared. March 31st March 21. What is the opening stock given? Opening stock is 2,02,500. Purchases, they have given us 9,67,500. Sales 13,50,000. Closing stock
2,70,000.
Very good. 2,43,000 is at 90%, but we need to ignore the abnormal item. So we have to add back 10%, which is 27,000. So 2,70,000 would be my closing stock. Therefore, we get gross profit of a particular amount, which is there in the answer. We need not calculate now. 4,50,000 is the gross profit. So we get 4,50,000 as a gross profit. 4,50,000 divided by 13,50,000 into 100, we get the gross profit percentage. Correct? We get the gross profit percentage, which is
33.3.
Okay, 33.33. Okay. Then once we have the GP percentage, we can prepare memorandum trading account up to 2nd June 2021. We have the opening stock 2,70,000, not 2,43,000. Purchases up to the date of fire 3,37,500. But can I consider the entire amount as purchases? No. Yeah, there are some adjustments. Purchases include machinery, so I have to add or subtract. Very good. I have to subtract. Then purchases does not include goods worth 45,000 received from supplier as invoice not received up to the date of fire. Add or subtract?
Add.
Very good. The goods are with me, but I do not have the invoice, so I have not recorded the purchase. So I have to record the purchases. Right? 45,000. This gives me the total actual purchases for the purpose of calculating closing stock. Similarly, sales, they have given 7,20,000, but I cannot consider 7,20,000 as it is because there is some adjustment. Sales includes this amount being the goods not dispatched to customers. Add or subtract? When I have made the sale, not at dispatch, so goods is with me. Goods is with me. So therefore, goods not at dispatched 1,12,500 gives me the net sales. I know the gross profit percentage. So I'll apply 33.33% on this. I'll get the gross profit. Therefore, closing stock would be the balancing figure. Closing stock would be the balancing figure. So if we look into the answer, we get closing stock is 2,25,000. Let 6,7,500 into 33.33. We get 2,02,500. So 2,25,000 is the balancing figure. Now have they given us average clause? Yes, it is subject to average clause. So closing stock 2,25,000. Residual value is 0. Yes, nothing is given. So residual value is 0. So actual loss is 2,25,000. Whether average clause is applicable? Yes. Why? Because insurance policy is lesser than the closing stock. So average clause is applicable. Actual loss divided by closing stock into policy amount. 1,80,000 is the claim amount. 1,80,000 is the claim amount. This is loss of stock policy. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next, we look into one loss of profit policy problem. Yes. X Limited has insured itself under a loss of profit policy for rupees 3,63,000. The indemnity period under the policy is 6 months. Indemnity period that we have considered should be 6 months. On 1st September 2010, a fire occurred in the factory of X Limited and the normal business was affected up to 1st of March 2011. Following information is compiled for the year ended on 31st March 2010. Sales, insured standing charges, uninsured standing charges and net profit. Following further details, turnover during the period of 12 months ending the date of fire, turnover during period of interruption, actual turnover during the period from 1st of September to 1st of March, during the preceding year corresponding to indemnity period. X Limited spent an amount of 40,000 as additional cost of working during the indemnity period. On the account of this additional expenditure, there was a saving of 15,000 in the insured standing charges during the period of indemnity. Reduced turnover avoided was 1 lakh. But for this expenditure, turnover as on the date of fire would have been only 1,25,000. A special clause in the policy stipulates that owing to the reasons acceptable to the insurer under the special circumstances, following increases are to be made. Increase of turnover standard and actual by 10%, increase in rate of gross profit by 2% from the previous year's level. X Limited asks you to compute the claim for loss of profit. All calculations should be nearest rupee. Fine. So we'll follow the same procedure. First, we have to calculate the gross profit percentage. How do we calculate GP? Net profit plus insured standing charges.
Better.
Net profit is 1,20,000 plus 2,40,000, 3,60,000 is insured standing gross profit. 1,20,000 plus 2,40,000, 3,60,000 is insured standing charges. So what would be GP percentage? 3,60,000 by 20 lakhs into 100, 18%.
Yes, sir.
But they say gross profit is increasing by 2%. Right? Increase in the rate of gross profit by 2% from previous year. So revised gross profit is 20%. Gross profit is 20%. What will be the next step?
Short sale.
Short sale.
Short sales. Yes. Short sales. So what is the actual turnover during the period 1st of September 2009 to 1st of March 2010? 1st of September 2010 to 1st of March 2011 is the period of disruption. So same period last year is this. They had made 7,50,000 sales. What is their increase in the trend? 10%. 10%. Turnover increases by 10%. So 10% increase is 75,000. 8,25,000 is the target, but they have achieved only 2,25,000. Turnover during the period of interruption, 2,25,000. So 6 lakhs short sales. 6 lakhs into 20%, 1,20,000 is the gross profit lost. Correct? 1,20,000 is the gross profit loss. That is the first part. Second part is additional expense. For that, we need to calculate adjusted annual turnover. Now they have given us turnover for 12 months period ending 22 lakhs. So no split up. So I'll apply the trend entirely on this. 10%, 2.2 lakhs. So adjusted annual turnover is 24.2 lakhs. Gross profit on the same 24.2 lakhs into 20%. We get gross profit.
4,84,000.
4,80,000. 4. Okay. 4,84,000 is the GP on AAT. Now actual additional expense is 40,000. On account of this expenditure, there was a saving. Reduced turnover avoided was 1 lakh, but for this expenditure, turnover after the date of fire would have been only 1,25,000. So what is additional sales? 1 lakh or 1,25,000? Additional sales due to additional expenses.
125.
But for this expenditure, turnover would have been only 1,25,000, which means if this expenditure was not there, my turnover would have been 1,25,000. So my additional sales is 1 lakh.
Yes.
Right? My additional sales is 1 lakh. 1 lakh into gross profit of 20% is 20,000. So actual additional expense 40,000. Additional sales due to additional gross profit and additional sales due to additional expense 20,000. Then GP on AAT, which was 4,84,000 divided by 4,84,000 plus what is uninsured standing charges?
20,000.
20,000. into additional expenses of 40,000, which we will get somewhere around 39,000 odd. Okay, we'll have the answer here, no problem. 38,413. Okay, 38,413. We will require whichever is lesser, which is 20,000. 20,000 is the allowable additional expenditure. Profit lost on short sale 1,20,000. Allowable additional expense 1 lakh plus 20,000. So 1,40,000 is the total. From this, I have to reduce savings in insured standing charges, which is 15,000. So 1,25,000 is the actual loss that we are getting.
Yes.
Yeah, 1,25,000 is the actual loss. Now we have to apply average clause. With regard to that, we have to compare GP on EAT and the insured amount. GP on EAT is 4,84,000. Insured amount is 3,63,000. So the insured amount is lesser. So average clause is applicable. So if average clause is applicable, actual loss of 1,25,000 divided by GP on EAT 4,84,000 into policy amount 3,63,000 would give us the actual claim amount. Claim amount comes up to
93,750.
93,750. Yes, this is loss of profit. Clear with this? Yes, this is loss of stock and loss of profits. So here our main focus will be on the procedure involved, the steps involved. If we go in the same flow, it is easy for us.
Sir, usually for how many marks is this question asked?
Loss of profit would be for 10 marks. Yes, it will be for 10 marks. Right. With that, we will move on to the next topic.
So 16 marks in a chances here.
Can be asked. Yes, can be asked. Definitely.
Okay.
But generally 10 marks. If we go with the previous question papers. Okay. Next topic, it's a small one. Bonus issue and right issue. Bonus issue, it's also called as capitalization of profits. Our main focus is on the Companies Act provision 63, section 63, right? And for listed companies, SEBI guidelines. Conditions for bonus issue. Conditions for bonus issue: only fully paid up bonus shares can be issued to the members of the company. Partly paid up shares, if any outstanding on the date of allotment, should be made fully paid up. No bonus issue when the shares are partly paid up. However, bonus dividend in the amount can be given to convert partly paid up shares into fully paid up. So if they are 8 rupees paid up, if we have sufficient free reserves, we can use this free reserves to make this 10 rupees paid up. We need not ask them the call money. Right? But unless it is fully paid up, we cannot go for bonus issue. Company shall not issue shares in lieu of dividend. Check availability of reserves for issue of bonus shares. Check authorized capital is sufficient. Is very important. So we'll issue bonus shares. We'll calculate and issue bonus shares. But in the question, if authorized capital is lesser, we have to increase authorized capital as well. We have to give a note on it. Then source out of which company can issue bonus shares: free reserves of the company, securities premium account in case of unlisted company. In case of listed company, securities premium received in cash. Then CRR. So in the reverse order, we will utilize. We'll utilize first CRR, then we go with securities premium, then we go with free reserves. Source out of which company cannot issue bonus issue. Company shall not issue bonus issue by capitalizing the reserves created out of revaluation of assets. So revaluation reserve and other restricted reserves cannot be used. Secretarial formalities for issue of bonus shares. Articles of association should authorize such issue. Board has to recommend the issue of bonus shares. Members of the company in a general meeting should authorize the issue. Should be approved. Allot shares and file return of allotment with the ROC within 30 days of making allotment. That is the procedure. Then companies which are not eligible to issue bonus issue, company shall not be in a position to issue bonus issue if there is a default with respect to liabilities. It could be repayment of deposit, interest on deposits, defaulted in debt security, default in payment of statutory dues of employees, PF, gratuity, bonus, etc. Then partly paid up shares remaining unpaid. In these cases, no bonus issue possible. But bonus issue, if once announced, it cannot be withdrawn. Once announced, cannot be withdrawn. So we'll look into some examples. 10 lakh shares of rupees 10 each fully paid up. 2:1 is the bonus issue. What does 2:1 mean? For every 2 shares, 1 new share will be allotted. So 10 lakh into 1/2, 5 lakh shares would be given, would be allotted. So 10 lakhs shares of rupees 10 each. Second scenario, if it is 8 rupees paid up, first make bonus dividend of rupees 2 per share, convert it to fully paid up, then make the bonus issue. Right? So bonus issue is also called as capitalization of profits or capitalization of reserves. Reserves to be used is CRR, most restrictive, securities premium if received in cash, subject to 52(2). Entries. So what are the entries that we pass? Only 2 entries. Concerned reserves, CRR, securities premium or free reserves, debit to bonus to shareholders, bonus to equity shareholders account. So we have to be very careful with regard to this nomenclature that we use. We cannot interchange this. In one of the exams, or rather normally, if we interchange this bonus to share, instead of writing bonus to equity shareholders, instead we write any other name, they are cutting marks for it. So we have to be a little careful with the nomenclature that we use. Then bonus to equity shareholders to equity share capital account. Only 2 entries that we have to remember. Then bonus to preference shareholders, it would be deemed dividend under 222. We're not bothered about it much. Bonus issue will not alter the net worth of shareholder. They're not increasing their net worth. They're only increasing the number of shares. Right? So in the books of the investor, there will not be any entry because no outflow from his point of view. So merely increase the number of shares. That's it. This is with regard to bonus issue. With regard to right issue, what is right issue? Right issue is that is a specific right given to existing shareholders. Hence, we call it right issue. Whenever a company issues new shares, it has to be issued to existing shareholders only. First, it should be offered to existing shareholders only. However, there are certain exemptions, ESOP, private placement, preferential allotment, etc. Certain exemptions are there. However, whenever a company issues shares for the first time, it has to issue to existing shareholders. Such offer made to existing shareholders, they have 3 options: accept the offer, reject the offer, or renounce the offer. Right? Whenever they renounce the offer, we have something called the value of renunciation. We go with calculation of value of a right. Right? How do we calculate this value of a right?
Come right minus X right price.
Yes, come right price minus X right price. We get the value of the right. We'll look into the calculation. We'll look into one of the problems so that we are fairly remembering the concepts. So that's it. That's it with regard to bonus issue and right issue. Bonus issue, we'll look into some questions. Basically, those 2 entries have to be passed in bonus issue. Raman Limited gives the following information as at 31st of March 2021. Authorized capital, issued subscribed capital, reserves and surplus. On 1st of April 21, the company has made final call at 2 each on 4,05,000 equity shares. Why they have to make the final call? Unless they make this, they cannot issue bonus shares. The call money was received by 20th of April. Thereafter, company decided to capitalize its reserves by way of bonus at the rate of 1 share for every 4 shares held. Show necessary journal entries in the books of the company. So simple. First is due entry of final call. So equity share final call account debit to equity share capital account 4,05,000 rupees into 2. Correct? Equity share final call to equity share capital 8,10,000. Then received on 20th of April bank account debit to equity share final call account 8,10,000. Then they are making the bonus issue at the rate of 1 share for every 4 shares held. So 4,05,000 divided by 4. Right? This is the number of shares that bonus shares that are being issued. 1,01,250.
Yes.
Yeah. 1,01,250 bonus shares into 10. 10 lakhs.
12,500.
12,500 is the amount required. We have CRR of 1,80,000. Securities premium collected in cash of 1,12,500. Balance amount we'll take it from general reserve and profit and loss account. So capital redemption reserve account debit, securities premium account debit, general reserve account debit, P&L account balancing figure to bonus to shareholders account 10,12,500. Bonus to shareholders account to equity share capital 10,12,500. Simple. Right? These are the entries that we have to pass. That is with regard to bonus issue. Then super company offers new shares of rupees 100 each at 20% premium to existing shareholders on the basis of 1 for 4 shares. Come right market price of a share is rupees 190. You are required to calculate the value of a right. Now we know the come right market price 190. We need to first calculate X right. Come right minus X right is value of a right, correct? How do we calculate X right? Now for every 4 shares, they're issuing 1 share. 190 rupees into 4 is the existing value. 190 rupees into 4 shares. And what is the new share? What is the price at which new shares are being issued? 120. 120 into 1 share divided by 5, we get the X right market price. Correct? 190 into 4 plus 120 into 1 divided by 4 plus 1, 5, which is 176 rupees. So 190 minus 176 rupees is 14 rupees per share. This is the value of the right. Clear with this? With this, we are done with bonus issue and right issue as well. So I'll give you a couple of minutes, just glance through what all we have discussed. Then we will look into the next chapter. The last one, the last chapter of today's discussion. Okay, can we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, next one is redemption of preference shares, section 55. So what is redemption? Redemption is repayment at the time of maturity. Repayment at the time of maturity. The various legal provisions that we have to look into should be authorized by articles of association. Same point in bonus issue also. Then limited company cannot issue irredeemable preference shares. So it has to be maximum time period is 20 years. Right? However, in case of infrastructure projects, it can be 30 years. Premium payable on redemption of preference shares can be utilized out of securities premium or free reserves for unlisted company. Pre-redemption condition, redemption can be made either out of free reserves or out of fresh issue of share capital, equity or preference. So whenever we make preference shares, now redemption of preference shares, we had discussed one point. Whenever we make this redemption, the share capital comes down. So for that, we need to compensate to protect the interest of liabilities. How do we compensate? Either issue fresh shares, that could be equity or preference, or create CRR, or it could be a combination of both. So use free reserves. So basically, why are we doing this? Before repaying the share capital, any of the following alternatives should have taken place. For replacing the nominal value of preference share capital, use free reserves, that is general reserve and P&L account, and create capital redemption reserve, or further issue of preference share capital or equity share capital, or combination. What is the primary objective? Primary objective is to protect the interest of creditors. For the limited purpose of redemption, CRR is treated on par with share capital. Then redemption cannot be made in respect of partly paid up shares. Again, redemption cannot be made partly paid up shares. So if the called up shares are 1 lakh rupees, 10,000 shares of rupees 100 each, calls in arrears on 200 shares of 2,000 rupees, then we can make redemption only on 800 shares, 1,000 shares minus 200 shares, calls in arrears. Right? Redemption can be made only on 800 shares. So how do we determine the shares to be issued? We can classify it into 4 different scenarios. When there is sufficient free reserves and sufficient bank balance, no requirement to issue shares. Free reserves that I have, I'll create CRR. Bank balance that I have, I'll make the payment. However, when there is sufficient bank balance, but free reserves are insufficient, then we may have to issue some amount of shares because we cannot create entire CRR. So what is the number of shares that we have to consider there? The number of shares to be issued to be considered here is based on nominal value, because we have to compensate the free reserves. shortfall of free reserves. So nominal value, fresh issue of shares required, liability side at nominal value. So nominal value of the preference shares that we are redeeming, that has to be replaced. You reduce the amount of free reserves available, so that to that extent you are creating CRR. The balance amount is the nominal value of shares to be issued. So number of shares to be issued would be this nominal value of shares to be issued divided by face value. Right? Nominal value of shares to be issued divided by face value. This is in case free reserves are insufficient. But if bank balance is insufficient, we have sufficient free reserves. So if I have insufficient bank balance, I cannot make the payment. So I want money. So in such cases, I have to issue shares. In that case, the number of shares to be issued would be considered based on issue price, not nominal value. Why? Because we are bothered about the amount being collected, not bothered about the nominal value that we are compensating. So in such case, we will consider issue price, the amount required for the purpose of redemption, including premium. So basically issue price, redemption price, the amount required for redemption, less cash bank balance available with us. That there could be, we would have some sufficient amount, but certain amount have to be retained at all times. So cash and bank balance in the balance sheet, amount received on sale of assets minus minimum bank balance to be kept. That is the bank balance available for redemption. This gives us the shortfall in the cash or bank balances that has to be compensated by issue of shares. So fresh shares to be issued would be shortfall in bank balance divided by issue price. So this is in case of insufficient bank balance. But if we have both insufficient free reserves and insufficient bank balance, it would be note A that we have considered nominal value, note B that we have considered issue price, whichever is higher, because both are insufficient. Right? So these are the points that we have to consider. These are the points that we have to consider whenever issue of shares question arises, whether we have insufficient free reserves, insufficient bank balance, or both. Based on that, we need to decide upon the number of shares to be issued. Clear with this discussion?
Yes, sir.
I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Sir, if they've only given that investments are sold, generally do we consider it for a payment or do we not consider them?
We will consider. It will increase our bank balance.
So even if it is not given specifically that they are taken for the purpose of payment.
Yes, correct. See, general assumption is whatever amount that we receive or whatever amount that we have are freely available unless they restrict the purpose of utilization. Yes. Okay, we have some examples here. We'll look into the problem itself, or we can look into this example, no problem. Equity share capital 100 lakh, preference share capital 200 lakh. We have reserves, free reserves, bank loan and bank balance. So Canara Bank has given loan against some security. If 200 lakh preference shares are being redeemed, without any additional condition, if it is being redeemed freely, then now it is 100% equity and 100% loan. Debt equity ratio is 1:1. 100 plus 200, 300 and 300. Now, if this 200 lakh is redeemed as it is, then it would be 100 lakh and 300 lakh, 1:3. So, Canara Bank will be tensed. So, in such cases, to cover this particular scenario, they brought in creation of CRR or fresh issue of shares. So, let us say redemption is at 10% premium. Securities premium is presumed not to be utilized for providing premium on redemption. Okay, now with regard to utilization of securities premium, we had discussed one point in redemption of premium chapter. What was that? Section 52 allows utilization of securities premium for redemption of premium, for premium payable on redemption. However, there is one condition there. For certain companies which are covered under section 133 of the Companies Act, securities premium cannot be used. Now our institute material follows an approach that all companies under discussion are falling under that condition. So securities premium are not being used. So securities premium cannot be used for write off the premium. So we have to use the general reserve or P&L account only. So the same assumption is being continued here. Securities premium not being utilized for providing premium on redemption. It means amount required on the liability side. What is the on liability side? We are reducing 200 lakh.
Yes.
We want free reserves of 20 lakh for the purpose of writing off the premium. 10%. So total amount required is 220. So preference share capital reduces by 200. Redemption premium debit of 20 lakhs to free reserves. On the asset side, I want bank balance of 220 lakhs. Correct? Now, This preference share capital of 200 lakh must be replaced by CRR, fresh capital issue, or combination of both. So let us say P here is free reserves, Q is bank balance. If P is 600 lakh, Q is 900 lakh, P I want 220 lakh, Q I want 220 lakh. Both are more than 220 lakhs. So no necessity to issue free reserves. Sorry, no necessity to issue fresh shares. Falls under the first scenario. Sufficient bank balance, sufficient free reserves. So we can create CRR, free reserves to CRR account, preference share capital debit, premium on redemption debit to preference shareholders account, preference shareholders to bank account. This premium write off against free reserves to premium on redemption. Correct? These are the entries to be passed. So what would be my balance sheet subsequently? Equity share capital 100, preference share got redeemed, converted to CRR. So CRR 200, free reserves was 600. I used 200 lakh here. I used 20 lakhs here. So 220 reducing from 600, 380 lakhs. Bank loan remained 300. Bank balance I had 900. I have paid 220. So 900 minus 220, 680 lakhs. This is the balance sheet after redemption. Okay. Now, P is 600 lakh. Q is 160 lakh. P is sufficient. I want 220. But Q is not sufficient. I want 220, but I have only 160. So I have to issue shares. What is the scenario that we have to consider? The third one, insufficient bank balance. So at issue price, we have to consider. Right. So from liability point of view, nil, number of shares to be issued. From asset point of view, we have to issue shares. Here they have given that equity shares are being issued at a premium of 20%. So amount required is 220 lakh. Available is 160 lakh. So balance required is 60 lakhs. So if equity shares, let us say of 10 rupees each, 20% premium is 12 rupee issue price. 60 lakhs divided by 12 rupees per share, 5 lakh shares have to be issued. So if 5 lakh shares have to be issued, 50 lakhs worth of share capital is being replaced. So the balance out of 200 lakhs is the preference shares. So balance 150 lakhs, we have to create CRR. Correct? 5 lakh shares are being issued. So 50 lakhs share capital is being replaced. Balance 150, you have to create CRR. Then how does our balance sheet look? It was equity share capital was 100 lakh. Now 50 lakh worth of shares being issued. So it becomes 150 lakh. I'm creating CRR to the extent of 150. So it became 150. Securities premium of 10 lakh. Why? I'm issuing 50 lakhs worth of equity shares. So 50 lakh into 20%, 10 lakh securities premium. Free reserves was 600 lakhs. I have taken 20 lakhs on premium on redemption of preference shares and 150 lakhs on creation of CRR. 20 plus 150, 170. 600 minus 170, 430 lakhs. Bank loan remained 300. Current asset, it was 160 lakhs. I received 60 lakhs. Correct? 220 lakhs. I paid 220 lakhs to preference shareholders. Bank balance nil. Right? That is second scenario. Third scenario, P is 40 lakhs, Q is 900. Bank balance is sufficient, 900 lakhs. But free reserves not sufficient, 40 lakhs. So we have to go with second scenario. Insufficient free reserves at nominal price. Right? From liability point of view, CRR is equal to, now free reserves 40 lakhs. I have to use 20 lakhs to write off premium from free reserves only. So free reserves available to create CRR is only 20 lakhs. So I'll further require 180 lakhs for the purpose of compensating the share capital. Why 120 lakhs? Because totally I'll require 200 lakhs for compensating preference share capital, 20 lakhs for premium on write-off of premium. So I have 40 lakhs. 20 lakhs I use to write off the premium. 20 lakhs I'll use to create CRR. So I'll require balance 180 lakhs. 180 lakhs at nominal value of 10 rupees. Number of shares to be issued is 18 lakhs. Yeah, 18 lakhs shares. Number of shares to be issued is 18 lakhs. So subsequently, this is how our balance sheet looks like. 180 lakhs divided by 10, 18 lakhs. So equity share capital 180 lakhs. It should be 280. It was, what was the existing equity? 100 lakh. So now again 180 lakhs worth of shares we are issuing. So it should be 280 lakhs. CRR we are creating to the extent of 20 lakhs. Then securities premium. Here in the previous sub-question we had discussed, equity shares are issued at a premium of 20%. So if 18 lakhs shares are issued, 18 lakhs into 2 rupees per share, 36 lakhs. So 36 lakh securities premium. Then free reserves. We had 40 lakhs free reserves, 20 lakhs we wrote off the premium, 20 lakhs we created CRR, free reserves is 0. Bank balance 300. Sorry, bank loan 300. Bank balance we have 900 lakhs. We have issued equity shares 180 lakhs into 120%, which is 216 lakhs. We are receiving money. We have paid 220 lakhs to the preference shareholders. So 896 lakhs is the amount remaining. The last one should be the last one. Yes, last one. P is 90 lakhs, Q is 25 lakhs. So both are insufficient. We require 220 on both sides. And the 25 lakhs out of 25, minimum balance to be maintained is 20 lakhs, 20% premium. So liability side, 200 lakh, available is 70. Minimum balance to be maintained is 20 lakhs. So they are considering it on P, free reserves 20 lakhs. We have, no, okay, available is 70 lakhs. Why? Because 20 lakhs we are writing of premium. Right? We are anyhow rating of premium. So available to create CRR is only 70 lakhs. So 130 lakhs I have to issue shares. So what is the number of shares that we can issue? 13 lakh shares that we have to issue. Sorry. In case of here, amount required is 220. What is the amount available?
25.
25 out of that. 20 lakhs we have to maintain. So 5 lakhs. Correct? But I don't know why they are giving us 168 here. There is some issue here. There is some issue. Okay, let us say 168 is the bank balance required. Okay, if 168 is the bank balance required, then 168 lakhs divided by issue price 12 rupees, 14 lakhs shares to be issued, 13 lakhs into or 14 lakhs, whichever is higher is 14 lakhs shares to be issued. So since 14 lakh shares are being issued, 140 lakhs worth of share capital is being compensated. Balance 60 lakhs we have to create CRR. So 140 lakhs we are issuing shares. We had 100 lakh of equity shares. 240 lakhs share capital, 60 lakhs we are creating CRR. So we have issued 140 lakhs of equity shares. 140 lakhs into 20% is 28 lakhs securities premium. Free reserves, we had, I think, 90 lakhs. 20 lakhs we have utilized for redemption, premium on redemption. 70 lakhs, 60 lakhs we have created CRR, balance of 10 lakhs, loan of 300 lakhs. Current assets, okay, they are considering 72 lakhs as the balance. It's not 25 lakhs. They are considering it 72 lakhs. 168 lakhs we are getting from issue of shares and 220 lakhs we have paid. So 20 lakhs is remaining. Okay. Now, redemption premium will always be out of free reserves. We have discussed this. Utilization of securities premium for redemption of preference shares towards nominal value cannot be used. Premium on redemption cannot be used if presumed under 52(2), read with 133, mainly for listed companies. Buyback, utilization of securities premium is freely allowed if received in cash. Buyback, okay, buyback is freely allowed. Bonus issue if received in cash. I'll repeat. In case of redemption of preference shares, premium on redemption can be used. Securities premium restricted with regard to certain condition. Institute says all companies fall under that condition, so we cannot use. In case of buyback, it is freely available for utilization. In case of bonus issue, we can use it only if it is collected in cash. Only if it is collected in cash. That's it. That's it with regard to redemption of preference shares. We'll look into some questions. Before that, yes, just a second. Yes, we'll look into some questions with regard to preference shares. Okay, Neeraj Limited's capital structure consisted of 45,000 equity shares of rupees 10 each, fully paid up, and 3,009% redeemable preference shares of rupees 100 each, fully paid up, as on 31st of March 2021. The other particulars as at 31st of March are as follows. General reserve, P&L account, investment allowance reserve, not free for distribution as dividend. So is it a free reserve?
No, sir.
No, very good. Cash at bank. Then preference shares are to be redeemed at a premium of 10%. For the purpose of redemption, directors are empowered to make fresh issue of equity shares at par after utilizing the undistributed reserves and surplus. subject to condition that 60,000 shall be retained in general reserve, which should not be utilized. Company also sold investment of 6750 equity shares in Kumar Limited, costing 67,500 at 9 rupees per share. Past journal entries. So we'll look into journal entries later. We'll first look into how this redemption happens. What is the total preference shares? 3,000 preference shares of rupees 100 each. So nominal value is 3 lakhs. Redemption premium is 10%. So 3,30,000 premium amount required. Now we'll look into from both the sides. From the liability point of view, we have general reserve of 1,80,000, P&L account of 90. So we have 2,70,000. However, we cannot use 60,000. 60,000 have to be retained. And company sold investment worth 6750 at 9 rupee per share. So is it at a profit or loss?
1 rupee loss.
1 rupee loss. So I have to reduce that loss also from P&L.
Yes, sir.
6750. And this premium also will be written off against free reserves, 30,000. This gives me the amount available to create CRR. Correct? Similarly, come to the asset side. Bank balance we have is 2,92,500. No restriction with regard to minimum balance to be maintained. And we have also sold investment.
60,000.
Very good. 67,500 into 90%, which is 60,750. So with this, we'll get more than what is required, 3,53,250. But we'll require only 3,30,000. Correct? So from bank balance point of view, we are not bothered about it. We are only bothered about from free reserves point of view, creation of CRR point of view. So we will look into this. Right. So what is the free reserves available? 1,26,000. See, we had 3 lakhs. We want 3 lakhs of free reserves to be created. Correct. A general reserve that we have is only 1,20,000 because 1,80,000 minus 60,000 minimum. We have only 1,20,000. P&L account, we have 90 in the balance sheet. 30 will require for writing of the premium. 6750 loss on sale of investment. So we have only 53,250. So which gives us 1,73,250 as the amount available to write off or create CRR. But we want 3 lakhs. So what is the further amount required? 1,26,750. And here, since we have to create CRR, we have to divide it by issue price or nominal value, face value.
Nominal value.
Nominal value. Therefore, number of shares to be issued is 12,675. Understanding?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what are the journal entries that we have to pass? First, the issue of shares, 1,12,675 shares into 10 rupees. They are saying it is at par, correct? Issue of equity shares at par. So bank account debit to equity share capital, 1,26,750. Or you can pass due entry first and then pass receipt entry, no problem. Then redeemable preference share capital, 3 lakhs, premium on redemption, 30,000 to preference shareholders. Then we are selling investments, bank account 60,750, P&L account 6750 to investment account 67,500. Then preference shareholders account debit to bank account 3,30,000. Profit and loss account debit, write off of premium to premium on redemption of preference shares 30,000. General reserve account debit, P&L account debit to CRR account, creation of CRR 1,73,250, which was the amount available, 1,73,250. These are the journal entries to be passed. Once these journal entries are passed, we have to look into the balance sheet. Share capital, we had 45,000 equity shares. 45,000 equity shares, add 12,675 equity shares. We get 57,675. So 576, 750 is the amount, capital balance. No preference shares. Preference shares have been redeemed. Reserves and surplus, general reserve becomes 60,000. General reserve 60,000. Then profit and loss account becomes nil. Investment allowance will be 22,500. Then CRR we have created to the extent of 1,73,250. So total reserves 255,750. Cash and bank balance we have 292,500. 60,750 we received by sale of investment. Then 1,26,750 received by issue of shares. Then we have paid 3,30,000 towards premium. We get closing balance of bank. Clear with this?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we are fairly looked into the various concepts in redemption of preference shares. That's our main focus will be on the issue of shares, depending on what is shortage, whether we have shortage of shares or shortage of Sorry,
Bank
shortage of free reserves or shortage of bank balance. Depending on that, we need to calculate the number of shares and accordingly pass the entries. Correct. So these are the 4 chapters that we have to complete today. We are done with these 4 chapters. Kindly solve some more problems on this so that we are thorough with this. All easy topics, but very important from the examination point of view.
Sir,
Yes. Yeah.
Sir, for adjusting of premium, sir, we can do it to either P&L account or general reserve. Both.
Yes. Yes. 100%. Yes.
sir, in case of shares issued at premium, sir. Sir, for new issue, we consider only face value, no?
For new issue, we'll consider only face value for what? If my free reserves are shortage.
Bank balance is insufficient.
In case of bank balance insufficient, we'll consider issue price, not the face value. Why? Because we are only bothered about the amount that we receive. We are not bothered about the share capital that we are generating.
But in the book's illustration 2, they given amount required for redemption, consider only face value. Security premium is not utilized for the
Which book?
illustration 2, sir, 7.9 page number.
In the study material.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have to look into it. Maybe that is in a different situation that they have given. Okay, but the general rule is in case of bank balance insufficiency, we have to look into issue price, not the face value.
Yes,
If
sir.
free reserves are insufficient, then we have to look into the face value.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, fine then. So we'll wind up for this particular session. We'll continue with the other topics in the next session. Okay, so now we'll have a 10-minute break. Then the balance portion of accounts will be continued. At 11:25, your session will start. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Are you back?
Yes, sir.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಕಾಣ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ? Yes, sir. ಎಲ್ಲ MK ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಕ್ಯಾಥ್ರಿನ್ ಚಿನ್ನದಿಂದ ಬಂದೇನೆ ನೀನು? ಕ್ಯಾಥ್ರಿನ್ ಚಿನ್ನಾಯ್ ಅಲಿಶಾ ಚಿನ್ನಾಯ್ ಸಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಇವಳು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನು ಅಲಿಶಾ ಚಿನ್ನಾಯ್ ಬಂದ್ರೇನ್ರೋ? ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ನೋ ಸರ್, ಇನ್ನು ಬಡ್ಕೊಳ್ರು.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ಇದು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾನೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಎಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡ ಶೋ ದಿಸ್?
No, sir.
మజా మరి తెలుగు బట్ ఇలా అండర్స్టాండ్.
ఏం కావాలి? ఎయిర్టెల్ పాత సిమ్ పోయింది నాది, అదే నంబర్ మీద కొత్త సిమ్ కావాలా? అది ఎవరి పేరు మీద ఉంది? నా పేరు మీదే ఉంది. ఓకే, ఆధార్ కార్డు ఉందా? ఉంది. 200 అవుతుంది. ఓకే ఓకే, తమ్మేయండి. సరే ఓకేనా? తమ్ము సరిపోయింది. ఈ నిలబడుకోండి అన్న, ఫోటో తీస్తా. ఫేస్ తీసుకోవట్లేదన్న, అసలు మీది కాదని వస్తుందన్నా. ఒకసారి స్పెట్స్ తీయండి. అసలు మ్యాచ్ కావడం లేదన్నా. టవల్ తీయండి, కొంచెం ఫోన్ కల్లా చూడండి. ఫేస్ అసలే మ్యాచ్ కావడం లేదన్నా. అసలు ఆధార్ నీదేనా? ఇది నాదే. ఫేస్ అస్సలే మ్యాచ్ కావడం లేదన్నా, ఏ మాత్రం. ఒక్క నిమిషం. మ్యాచ్ అయిందన్న. ఓకేనా? బాగుంది.
Okay. So just for fun, let us enjoy now. Okay. Welcome back to the last leg of today's session, where let us go through non-accounting standard from Shetty sir, that other than accounting standard, and let us continue the discussion. All of you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Share screen. So the second leg, the most important, we discussed in the first leg about the accounting standards. Then SMS sir would have discussed some portion of company accounts already, preparation by bonus session. Am I right?
Yes.
So company accounts, some important sections which are relevant from accounting angle, starting with the definition 220, security premium and utilization 52 and 52.2. 53 prohibits a company from issuing shares at a discount. 54 is an exception where ESOPs can be given to the employees at discount. 55 is redemption of preference shares where within 20 or 30 years, right issue 62, 63, 63 bonus issue 2:1. That's how I remember. Then 96 is AGM. 123 is the financial statement to be considered, financial statement to include depreciation. Okay, as per schedule 2. So not to declare without declaring, providing the depreciation. And the most important 129, subsection 1 says financial statements have to be given as per schedule 3, part 1 and part 2, give a true and fair view. In auditing, wherever there is a true and fair, you will make a reference to this. 129.3 talks about CFS, consolidated financial statement group 2. And whenever there is a deviation from accounting policies, what should you do?
Disclosure.
3+1. 133 talks about accounting standard to be complied with. 197 is margin remuneration. 198 is the net profit. Now, financial statements, section 2 within bracket 40. This section is important. So, security premium is not a free reserve. It can be used only for the following purpose. It's important in accounts as well as income law. amortizing the preliminary expenses, premium on preference shares or debenture redemption, writing off the issue expenses, issue of bonus share if it's collected in cash, and buyback of securities. Again, this is an important note as far as security PM. One of you. Shreya, Nidisha, Puneet. Someone read.
Security. Okay, note. It may be noted that certain class of companies whose financial statements comply with the accounting standards as prescribed under Section 133 of the Companies Act 2013 can't apply the securities premium account for the purposes B and D mentioned above, mainly listed companies.
Ajji ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀನು ಕಾಣಿಸೋದಿಲ್ವೇನೆ ಹಿಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಶ್ರೇಯಾ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿದೆಯಾ ದೂರ ಇದೆಯಾ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ದೂರ ಇರ್ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಸೊ ಬಾಯ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ದೂರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ನಾನು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಂದ ದೂರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ಅದು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಯಾವ್ದು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಸೊ premium on redemption of preference shares and issuing bonus issue B and D purpose you cannot use. So example bonus issue purpose and redemption preference share you give a note saying that security PM is presumed to be not used for this purpose because of the specific mention in section 133. Section 53 company cannot issue shares at a discount. 54 allows for the employees maximum interest rate if there are calls in arrears. Shareholders have to pay. That's why it's lesser, 10% per annum. Whereas company has to pay on calls in advance, 12% per annum. Security PM is normally at allotment stage, where discount is always at a allotment stage. Security premium on forfeiture. If security PM is already collected, you should not reverse the same. If you are not collected, then only you should be reverse the same. As for a discount on issue, compulsorily you have to reverse the same. Balance in the forfeit account and reissue shares has to be transferred to forfeited shares to capital reserve account, which I'm sure all of you know about it. The redemption, sir has discussed. Some accounts is not related provision. Current assets, general definition, are the assets which are generated in the day-to-day functioning, may be converted to cash easily. Share capital disclosure, separately you have to maintain. Shares issued for consideration other than cash for 5 years. Bonus and amalgamation also has to be disclosed. Then calls in arrears from directors and from others also need to be disclosed. All the disclosure requirements are important. Then remuneration to auditors. How much is towards audit? How much is for taxation matter, company law matters, and other management related matter has to be disclosed. Managerial remuneration. Companies separate from shareholders. That's why there's a necessity to have separate set of people. The management. The management is mainly done by Meera Chadavana, mainly done by the board of directors, body. So that's why what the board of directors may do is they will be fixing the remuneration to themselves at their whims and fancy. That's not going to happen. That's why 197 read with 198, 2 RMRs. If there is adequate profit, you have to give percentage of net profit. If there is inadequate profit, based on the effective capital, some amount is prescribed that you have to buy hard. Adequate profit, how much you can give? If there's one whole-time director, 5% of the net profit. 2 or more whole-time directors, maximum 10% to all of them. Part-time director, it depends on how much Kami does, how much Othla does. If there's also whole-time director, his job is less. That's why only 1% net profit. If there is no whole-time directors, maximum remuneration payable to part-time directors is 3%. The maximum remuneration to payable to all of them, 11% of the net profit. I hope you recall that. What is net profit? The profit earned in the usual course of the business, the ordinary course of the business, includes only ordinary profit, no appropriation to be considered. Whatever they have appropriations they have deducted, you have to add back. Depreciation, you add back what is debited, consider only as per Schedule 2. Schedule 2 has given the maximum useful lives of the depreciation. What is the maximum useful life? That the minimum depreciation rate has been prescribed. You have to consider the same. And when special item is profit on sale of an asset, capital profit should be excluded. If it is included in the P&L minus karo, revenue profit or any loss on sale of asset should be included. To give an example, income tax, same provision. 100 lakh is the cost of the asset. and depreciation till date is 70 lakh and WDV is 30 lakh. If you sell it at 24 lakh, loss, debit, just ignore it, correct. Sell it at 36 lakh, 6 lakh profit, include. Sell it at 120 lakh, that anything above the original cost is a capital profit. You have to exclude from the profit, whereas balance profit is always a revenue profit, like balancing charge in income tax, you have to include in the P&L. You are able to recall that. This is a special point as far as managerial remuneration is concerned. Very good. Hemlata, hi. Next, accrued interest accrued and due versus interest accrued but not due. What P&L account is under accrual method of accounting. Whatever is accrued during the year must be debited to P&L account, but balance sheet only accrued and due. So in this example, if you glance it, whatever is payable on 31st December, but unpaid up to 31st March, accrued and due. Whereas if it is accrued but payable after 31st March, say 30th June, example I have given, it is outside. They are called accrued but not due. Both are to be shown under other current liabilities. Under current liabilities, balance sheet alli current liabilities alli other current liabilities you have to show. Disclosure requirement: accrued and due, interest accrued but not due. Understanding? Next, entry for issue of securities or any equity share, preference share, debenture, bond, whatever. So the entry will be ultimate entry: bank account debit, amount what you received to concerned security, equity share, preference share, capital, debentures at face value, issued at a discount, debit discount, issued at a premium, credit premium, only ultimate entry. However, since it may be collected in stages, we pass application stage, allotment stage, call stage, etc. For future entry, an issue, Manoj, share capital is credited. Now we have to cancel. So for future entry, share capital account must be debited with the amount called up. Even now they can ask. Debenture issues, they are commonly asked. In shares also they can ask, nothing wrong. Share capital is debited with the amount called up. Paid up, Patre, why the hell you cancel? Use the brain. I called 10 rupees, but they paid only 8 rupees. So cancel 10 rupees. Security premium is debited if and only if not collected. Discount on issue must compulsorily cancel. Calls in arrears and forfeited shares account with the amount to what is already received. Reissue entry, bank account debit with the amount received. Discount on issue of shares, original discount if any, and share forfeited account, balance figure. What are the balance discount what you are giving to share capital and premium. And after the reissue, whatever amount lying in the forfeited shares account related to reissued share has to be transferred to capital. Understanding? Next, notes book Kalbari. Debentures. $100 lakh 12% debentures. Issued on 1st July 2021. Varsha, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ lag ಆಯ್ತು ಕಣಪ್ಪ 21. Issued on 1st July 2021 at 92%. Hemlata?
Yes, sir.
How are you, ma?
Good, sir.
Good, great. Next, at 92% and redeemable after 5 years. After 5 years at 120%. Line ಹೊಡಿರಿ. Moment there are multiple dates, ಬೇಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಲೈನ್ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕು. ಶ್ರೇಯಂತ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಹತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಾರಂತೆ, ನೀನು ಲೈನ್ ಹೊಡಿ ಸಾಕು. 1st July 21 ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನರಸಿಂಹ. 1st July 21 ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 31st March 22 ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Then end ಅಲ್ಲಿ 1st July 26 ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? 21 to 26 5 years. Okay, one by one ಬರ್ಕೊಡೋಗಿ. Number 1, issue entry on 1st July 21. ಇದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಈಗಲೂ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. 2 hour marks. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಟು ಡಿವೆಂಚರ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಲಾಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅದೊಂದು ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸುಧನ್ವಾ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ ಸರ್? ಗುಡ್. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಟು ಡಿವೆಂಚರ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಲಾಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಲೋ, but I'm not very fast also. Now at least I'm going little slow. So catch ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. And vision ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ revision ಇಲ್ಲ. Revision class you should have little knowledge. Without that directly ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನು later on YouTube ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Some of my new friends are listening. YouTube ಅಲ್ಲಿ pause ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು YouTube ಅಲ್ಲಿ. But attend the classes, I don't think you need to go through again. Okay, at this speed only you have to cover up because 3 hours complete ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ exam. Bank account debit to debenture application and allotment account 92 lakh. Issued at 92%. Am I right? Not understood?
Yes, sir.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು PG ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಕಾವಾಲಾಗ್ತೀಯಾ? And right side ಡಿವೆಂಚರ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ನೀನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡು, ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಕೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ PG ಸಾಹಸ ಬೇಡ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪನಿ ಬೇಕಂತೆ, ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಬೋದು ಬಿಡು. ಸೊ ಡಿವೆಂಚರ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಲಾಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಏನ್ ಸರಿ ನಗೋದು? ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಡಿವೆಂಚರ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲಾಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ 92 lakh. Discount on issue of debentures account debit 8 lakh. Debentures can be issued at discount, no restriction. Shares ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ restriction. Correct Aranya? Discount on issue of debentures account debit 8 lakh Suparna, no restriction ಅಂತ ಬರೆ. Discount ಗೆ restriction ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಂದೀಪ್, ಭರತ್, ಸುರೇಶ್, ಸಾಯಿ ಈಶ್ವರ್, ಸೌಮ್ಯ, ಕಾವ್ಯ, ಶ್ರಾವಣಿ, ಸಾಯಿ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್, ಚೈತ್ರ, ಯಶವಂತ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ, ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ, ಮರ್ಲಿನಾಶ, ಹೇಮಲತಾ, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಜಿ. Leave two lines. 12% debentures 100 lakh. Asya, repeat what you have written. ಅವಳು ಗುರಾಯಿಸ್ತಾಳೆ ಇದೇ ಒಮ್ಮೆ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ನಾನು BDA ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋದು ಪಕ್ಕ. ಅವ್ರ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಏಜ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೈಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು ನಿನಗೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 6 months ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮನ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹೌದೇ, BDA ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ವಾ, ಅವರ ಮಗನ ಮೊಮ್ಮಗನ ಮರಿ ಮೊಮ್ಮಗನ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಮಳ ಒಂದು ಕೆಂಗೇರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ಮೂರಿ ಹತ್ರ ಯಾವ್ದೊಂದು ಸೈಟ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತಾನೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 60-40. ಓಕೆ, ಕಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಓದು.
Issue entry on 1st July 21, 2 arrow marks, left side, bank account debit.
Revision class ಅಲ್ಲಿ time waste ಮಾಡಿ, right side ಓದಿ.
Debenture application and allotment account 92 lakh. Discount on issue of debentures debit 8 lakh, no restriction. 12% debentures.
ಅಮ್ಮ ಏನಮ್ಮ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಮಾಡು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಅಂಡಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ನಿಮ್ದು ಇದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ. 100 ಅನ್ನು ಅರ್ಧನೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂಡ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. 12% ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ಸ್ 100 lakh. Leave two lines, ಪಾಪ ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಇವರು ತುರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಯು, ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಸ್ ದ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ. Then if it is redeemable at premium, you have to pass one special entry. 2 lines you left. What entry? Anybody writing? Insert.
Loss on issue.
Loss on redemption.
Loss on redemption.
Loss on redemption or loss on issue?
Redemption.
Very good. Okay, all of you hit yourself quickly.
Loss on issue of debentures, sir.
First ಹೊಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಈಗ. ಅವಿ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ, ಸುಪರ್ಣ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ನವ್ಯ ಭಟ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಜೋರಾಗಿ, ಟೈ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಟ್ ಸರ್ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಿದ್ದೆ, ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಜೋರಾಗಿ. ನೀ ಸುಧಾನು ನೀನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಸಲ ಬಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಅಂತ. ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಪೀಪಲ್, ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಟೆಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಅಂತ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ NMM ಇಲ್ವೇನ್ರು? ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಲ್ರು. ಲಾಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಹೊಡಿರೋ ಸರ್ಕಲ್. ಲಾಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ಯಾಕಡೆ ಸರ್ ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಉಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ವಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ ಸರ್ಕಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ. ಲಾಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ, ನವ್ಯ ಎಂತ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್? ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಂತ. ನಿನಗೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಾ? ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನಿನ್ಗೆ? ಮತ್ತೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯಜಮಾನ ಉಗಿದ್ರಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನೀನು? ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ? ಯಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೇಳೋ. ಅವ್ರು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಲಾಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್. ಮೇಕ್ ಎ ಸರ್ಕಲ್. ಸುಪರ್ಣ, ಇಶ್ಯೂ ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ? ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು? ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆಡಿಯೋ.
ಅದು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್.
ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಅದ, ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದ ಎಂತ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್? ಯಾ ಲಾಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಡೆಬಿಟ್, ಲಾಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ಸ್ 20 lakh to premium payable on redemption of debentures. Loss and issue ಪಕ್ಕ ಬರೀರಿ. Fictitious. Arrow mark. Loss and issue fictitious. Amortized to P&L. Premium payable ಏನು?
Liability. Liability.
Liability na? You are right. This is liability. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ second time change ನೋಡಿ, change ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಈಗ. Premium payable liability. So it looks like a complicated entry, but actually it is easy. First pass issue entry, then ತುರ್ಕ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು, insert loss on issue to premium payable. Next line. Below the right side. Only for redemption at premium. Insert the above heading. Insert the above heading, semicolon. No other entry when there is redemption at par or discount. ಏನಂತ ಅನನ್ಯ? ಯಾರ ಅಕ್ಕನ ಅಮ್ಮನ? ಪುಚ್ಚನ ಅಕ್ಕನ? ಅಕ್ಕನಿಗೆ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮೀ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮೀ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳು. ಯಾ ನೋ ಅದರ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಫಾರ್ ವಾಟ್? ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಎಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕೌಂಟ್ ಬಾರ್ ಪಾರ್. ಪ್ರೀಮಿಯಂಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಇದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೆ? ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸೊ ಪಾಸ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ, ದೆನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಎಟ್ ಪ್ರೀಮಿಯಂ ತುರ್ಕ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು ಇದನ್ನ. ಸೊ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಪ್ರೀಮಿಯಂ ಡಿಸ್ಕೌಂಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಫ್ ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಏನು? ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಡೆಬಿಟ್, ಪ್ರೀಮಿಯಂ ಪೇಬಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಟು ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಟು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ 240 talks about the financial statements that includes ಇಂಕಾಲೆ ಐತೇನೆ ಸಾಯಿರಿಷಿಕಾ? read with section 129. Balance sheet includes quickly over there. Sairishika, lots of
financial statement includes balance sheet, profit and loss account, cash flow statement, statement of changes in equity, any explanatory
note. So idu
section 129, true and fair view of state of affairs as on date as per format given in part 1 and part 2 to schedule 3. Accounting standards referred to in section 133 needs to be complied. Section 133, central government to prescribe the standards of accounting. Schedule 3 mandatory for all companies from 1st April 2014. Not applicable special companies provisional to section 129 subsection 1, banking, insurance, electricity.
So that's the reason why in group 2 we saw banking companies follow Banking Regulation Act 1949. Insurance company all IRDA 1999, but syllabus is removed. Now no schedules, everything in notes to accounts. So the format of the balance sheet, part 1, my new friends, if any, others will be knowing. There's an easy way to remember the format. So earlier the tradition was husband on the right hand side, wife on the, equity and liabilities on the left hand side. Now Shreya says, and we should be on the top. Aitama T square anta, equity and liabilities on the top, assets down. First point. So in woman empowerment, yardo Rahul Gandhi dalla Modi ji. So next, equity and liabilities are Sri Rama and Sita necessary for capital. Sri Rama and Sita necessary. This is the correct revised format. Idanne use ಮಾಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಫಾರ್ಮೆಟ್, at least 1 year back. This is the latest form. ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಅದೇ 1 or 2 ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಅದು ನಾನು ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೋಗಿ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಓಕೆ, ಬರೀ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ P&L, ಕಂಪನಿ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್, ರೆಫರ್ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ವಾಂಡ್ಲಿ. ಏನ ಸಾರಿ ಶಿಕಾ So, Sri Rama and Sita necessary for capital. Sri Rama and Sita necessary for capital. So, Rama used monkeys. Share capital is just money. Then share application money pending allotment subsequently. Then long and deferred operation with Lakshman. Shortly triumph over Sri Lanka. Atava deferred tax liability S22 always non-current. Trade payable always current. Everything else long-term borrowing, short-term borrowing. Other long-term liabilities, other current liabilities. Long-term provisions, short-term provisions. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ. AS13 ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸಾರಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿ. AS13 ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ತೆಗೀರಿ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ. AS13 long-term and current investments. Box ಹಾಕಿ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್. ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್. ನೆನಪಿದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು? ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು? 10 years ಬ್ಯಾಕಾ? ಹಂಗ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಪರ ಕೆರಿಬೇಕು. ಅನಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಇಂದು ನನ್ನ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಎಂದು, ಆಹಾ ಎಂತ ಮಧುರ ವಾಸನೆ ಅಂತ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ನಾನ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದೇ ವರ್ಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ನಾನ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಏನೋ ಅಸೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? AS13 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ನಾನ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕರೆಂಟೇ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ನಾನ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಸೆಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬಾರೋಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್, ದ ವರ್ಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ಇದನ್ನು ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಇಟ್. ಸಾಯುನೈ ಇದಿದೆಯೇನೋ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಏನ್ ಸ್ಲೀಪರ್ ಕೋಚ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕರೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಾಣಿಸೋ ನನಗೆ. ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲ ಫುಲ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಕ್ಕಿದ್ಯಾ? ಓಪನ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಬಾರಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಏನ ಅಶ್ವಿನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೊವಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅದರ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟಿ. ಇದೊಂದು ಮಿಸ್ ಚಿತ್ರಾನ್ನ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. AS13 ಐ ನಾಟ್ ಅಲೌಡ್ ಟು ಚೇಂಜ್. ಅದರ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ AS13 ಅನ್ನ ರೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅಪ್ರಿಶಿಯೇಟಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ? AS13 doesn't use the consistent word current and non-current ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್. ಅದೇ ತರ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಗೆ ಅದರ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಯಾ, ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್ ಗೋಸ್ ಇನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಬಾರೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಟ್ ನಾನ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಟ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಅದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ 100, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದ್ರೆ 98. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, 2 marks ಬಿಟ್ಬೇಡ, ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡೆಫರ್ಡ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ವಿತ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್, shortly triumph over Sri Lanka. Assets and new life in capital, non-current and current. Then peers. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ my friends, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಹೈಲೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಟ್ರೇಡ್ ಪೇಬಲ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಟ್ರೇಡ್ ಪೇಬಲ್, ಇದು ಓದೆ. ಸಾರಿ ಶಿಖಾ, ಓದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓದೆ ಬೇಗ.
Trade payables, creditors plus bills payable, total outstanding dues of micro enterprises and small enterprises.
ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ಲೋಜರ್, ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಇದು ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ಲೋಜರ್ ಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರಿಂಗ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಆನ್ ದ ಫೇಸ್, ಇದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್, ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ಲೋಜರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಯಾ. ಸೊ ಔಟ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇದು ಹೇಳಿದೀನಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರೈಸ್, ಡ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಅದರ್ ದನ್ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರೈಸ್. ಮೇಕ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್. ಟ್ರೇಡ್ ಪೇಯಬಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ಲೋಜರ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, so very next again morning I told, again I'm repeating. PPE 300 lakh on the face of the balance sheet. ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ? Presentation. Next, schedule of all the PPE in notes to account. Schedule of all the items of PPE in notes to account is called
Disclosure.
So peers, near and dear ones, disclosure, right? Peers, near and dear ones, loud one and all. Citizen insisted test came out Sita with the originality. So this is the format. Now make critically PP is always non-current. Deferred tax asset is always non-current. Everything else can be current or non-current. Arthak idea. Adhe tara current asset ITC. ITC is always current. Inventory, trade receivable, cash and cash equivalent. So investments can be current and non-current. Short term, other. Generally, you have to go by operating cycle, but nothing is given. More than 12 months is called long term or current, non-current. Less than equal to is current. P&L again small change there. So rotate. Khane ke liye kya chahiye? Rotate. Revenue from operation. Other income, total revenue ittu bodu. You got total income agide. Total. If you ask me, actually revenue is more right, but anyway, they have gone cranky. Next, very important, expenses. CPC first. Cost of material consumed, including opening and closing stock adjustment, purchase of stock in trade, changes in inventory of finished goods, stock in trade, and work in progress. Opening minus closing. Opening minus plus plus minus which is the bracket. Are you there? In P&L, ROTE leads to PBEET. PBET E ಕೆಳಗೆ ಈಗ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅಂಡ್ ಇದು ಸರ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲಾದೊಂದು ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಲೋ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೀಗೆ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಎಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡಿಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರೈಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್. ಬಿಲೋ ದಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಮಾರ್ಟೈಸೇಷನ್ PPE ಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್. ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಮುಂದೆ ಕಿನ್ನರಿ ಬರ್ಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಈ ಬರೀ you don't trust me. Earlier group 1, group 2 accounts, I should just do the theory for 3 to 4 hours revision. ಈಗ group 1 accounts you have to 7:30 to 12:30 mostly plus Monday ಇದೆ again almost 10 hours ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ನೇ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು if you cannot elevate your marks ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಲ್ವಾ. ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಪೇಪರ್ ಪೆನ್ ನಿಮ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಇದು ನಂದು ಕನ್ವರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಫೇಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಬರಿತೀವಿ. ಬರೀ ಈ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಏನು 2 marks. CPC ಅದು ಇನ್ವೆಂಟರಿ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್. C ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ಡ್. CPC ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ರೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್. ದೆನ್ EFDO ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ mark. ಇದು ಅಗೇನ್ ಇಫ್ ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಸಾಯಿರಿಷಿಕಾ. ಟ್ರೇಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯೋ ಪರ್ಚೇಸಸ್, ವೇಜಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್, ದೆನ್ ವೇಜಸ್, ಲೇಬರ್, ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್, ದೆನ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಡಿಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಮಾರ್ಟೈಸೇಷನ್, ಅದರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್. And in the regular class, I think I given the account stand number also connection. ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ನಾ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಅದನ್ನ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಮೆಟಲ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಇಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಕಾಪಿ ಇಟ್ ಈ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಮೆಟಲ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ವಿತ್ ದ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ P&L ಕಾಪಿ ವಿತ್ ES numbers. With ES numbers. Next, entire CA course. ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಸಾಯಿವಿನೈ ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಕೂಡುತ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಡ. ಆಗ ಕನ್ನಡ ನನಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಿಟಿಸರಿ ಓದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋ. ಯಾ, ಸೊ ಎಂಟೈರ್ CA course, write positive figures as it is. Say ₹100 as it is ಅಂದ್ರೆ without sign, +100 ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕೊರೋನಾ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್, ಆ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್, ಈ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ತಲೆನೋವಾಗಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ರೈಟ್ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್. ಎಂಟೈರ್ CA ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, FM ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳಿದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೈ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕು. ನೀವು ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕಲ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 100 lakh ಲೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ದಿರ್ತೀರ. 100 less 20 120 ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ ದೇವರಿಗೆ. ವಿದಿನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ದೊಂದು ಶಿಲಾಬಾಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಲ್ಸೋಣ ಬೇಲೂರಲ್ಲಿ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಶ್ರೀವತ್ಸ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಬೇಲೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಒಂದು ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಸಾಯಿವಿನಿ ಅವ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಒಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ. ಯಾರೋ ಶ್ರೀವತ್ಸ ಸೊ ಅರ್ಧ ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇವನಿಲ್ಲ, ವ್ಯಾರ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫೆಲೋ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಕ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಲಾಬಾಲಿಕೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಶಿಲಾಬಾಲಿಕೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾನೆ. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದೊಂದು ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡವ್ರೆ, ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಪ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಹುಡುಗಿನ ಸ್ಕಲ್ಪ್ಚರ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಏನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ಲೀಫ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಡೆಕೋರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರ ಹುಡುಗಿಗೆ. ಇವನ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾರ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಎಂತ ಗಾಳಿ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ, ನೀವು ಯಾ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್, ಯಾ ಈಸ್ ವೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ವಿಂಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು, ನಾವೇ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಕಡಮ್ಮ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡು. ನಿನ್ ಪಿಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡು. ಏನದು ಲಾಸ್ಯ, ಒಲೆ ಒಲೆ ಅವಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಗ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಯಾ ರೀಡ್ 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 ರೀಡ್. ಯಾ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿ, 90% ಪೀಪಲ್ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವಿದೌಟ್ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್. ಅದೇ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ರೀಸನಬಲ್ ಸ್ಲೋ ಇದ್ರು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕರಪ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯು ಮೈಂಡ್ ನಮ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಐ ಡಿಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಇನ್ ಡೀಟೇಲ್, ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್. ಒಬ್ರಿಬ್ರು ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇರ್ಲಿ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆನ್. ಎಲ್ಲಿದೀವಿ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇದೀವಿ. ರೈಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರೈಟ್ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಫಿಗರ್ಸ್. ಶಿಲಾಬಾಲಿಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಯಾ ರೈಟ್ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಫಿಗರ್ಸ್ ವಿಜಿನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್. ವಿಜಿನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಬೇಡ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ಇನ್ವೆಂಟ್ರಿ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು. ಮತ್ತೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ 100 minus 60 is equal to 40 because it's an expense. Opening stock is like an expense. ಕೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ?
Yes sir.
Next 400 minus 520. ಇನ್ನು ಅನನ್ಯ ಭಟ್ರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಲು, ಮಣ ಮಣ ಮಂತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ. 400 minus ಸುಪರ್ಣದ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್. 400 minus 520 is equal to within the bracket 120. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ನವ್ಯ, ಏನೇ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್? ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ
ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು?
ಹೌದು
ಸರ್. 400 ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್, 520 ಇಸ್ ದ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್. ವಿತಿನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದು ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ಅದೇ ವಿತಿನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್.
ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು 130 ಗೆಪ್ಸ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್. ಅವ್ರು ಅನ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಇದು ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಅಕ್ಕ, ಓ ಅಕ್ಕ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ MK ಫಾಲೋ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಸೇ. ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್. ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ 400 ಅನ್ಕೋ, ಇರ್ಲಿ. ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ 520 ಅನ್ಕೋ. 400 minus 520 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಬಂತ ಮೈನಸ್ ಬಂತ?
ಮೈನಸ್ ಬಂತು.
ಮೈನಸ್ ಬಂದು ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್. ಅದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ಕೋ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರೈಟ್, ದೆನ್ ಯು ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಮೀ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇದು ಯು ಆರ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್. ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬೇಕು? ಅಕ್ಕ, ಓ ಅಕ್ಕ, ಅಕ್ಕ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ತರ ಕ್ವಶನ್, ಇದೇ ತರ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೆನ್ PBET ವಿತ್ ದಟ್ ಸಾಯಿ ವಿನಯ. ಇದು ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದು, ಒಂದೊಂದೇ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ನೆನಪಿಲ್ವಾ? ರಿಮೂವ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನಲ್ ಐಟಮ್ PBET, ರಿಮೂವ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ಡಿನರಿ ಐಟಮ್, ದೆನ್ PBT. ಅವಿಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್. ಯಾ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಿಮ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಫಾರ್ಮೆಟ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ದೆನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಬಂದಿದ್ಯಾ? ಎಸ್ 24. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಯುವರ್ ಎಸ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇಸ್ ಗುಡ್. ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ದೆನ್ ಫೈನಲಿ EPS ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಬಂದಿದ್ಯಾ? ಅದರ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಅದನ್ನೇ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ ಸೀತಾ ಇದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. PS PBET. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಓದಮ್ಮ, ಇದು ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್.
Balance sheet points only vertical format. Shareholders holding greater than 5% disclose. Disclose only 5 years. 3 arrow marks.
If suppose Shreya is holding 30%, Lasya is holding 32%, Rishika is holding 30%, Shetty sir, Manoj, Saivine, they are all holding 1%. First 3 girls, they are holding 5% and above, they should be disclosed. Ours is 1%, 2%, need not be disclosed. Which concept of accounting?
Materiality.
And for the next 5 years, compulsory disclosure. Again, it's the third time repetition of division material. Third time, but important. Disclosure is important. Tallying the balance sheet may not be important. Disclosure.
Consideration other than cash, bonus.
Building account to share capital account. If you issued the shares for purchasing the building, or amalgamation. Next.
bonus shares bought back. Third, debit balance in P&L under reserves and surplus.
Earlier it was on the asset side. Now it has to be shown within the bracket under reserves and surplus. And one more item which can be shown in debit balance. Yavdo? One reserve. Today morning we saw AS11 for FIMMCL TD. So when you take the loan anna reinstate ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಏನ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬಹುದು. ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನೆನಪಿಲ್ಲ ಚೂರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೀರಿ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನೋಟ್ಬುಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ. Reserves and surplus normally has positive figures. Reserves and surplus normally has positive figures. However, following two may be showing debit balances. Maybe showing negative figures. That is go within the bracket. P&L account when there is a loss. FCMITD as per ES11. Foreign currency monetary item translation difference account. Comma, if opened, ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತಿಲ್ಲ. You can debit to P&L account. ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ P&L account ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. One of the questions ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ದೇವರಿಗೆ? Next, now there is no more concept of debtor. It is always trade receivable. Outstanding for more than 6 months from the due date has to be shown separately. Capital advance only under loans and advances. Then under lease, operating lease, nothing is given. Operating lease for the lessor and take it as a finance lease for the lessee. Schedule 3 has got 3 divisions. Division 1, your syllabus. Non-India small chota mota companies. Division 2, India's big companies final. NBFC just glance ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಗ್ರೂಪ್ 2 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ. ಗ್ರೂಪ್ 2 ಅಲ್ವಾ NBFC? Yes, sir. Part 1 is balance sheet. Part 2 is statement of P&L. 2 within bracket 40 uses the word P&L account. But format ಬರುವಾಗ statement of P&L account ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Land building or both ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? For Shetty sir chart accountant it is ES10. Kirti real estate normally ES2. For our office it can be ES10. Rakshita who is renting it out, it is an ES10 investment property discussed in ES13. You able to catch? Yeah. Depreciable assets ನೋಡಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ. Land ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಬಂತಾಗ freehold ಅಂದ್ರೆ non depreciable. Leasehold like our school example I had given. Livestock etc. cannot be depreciated because it's difficult for you to estimate the useful life. Wasting asset we saw. The operating cycle definition. Your working capital of FM ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. Start with the cash. One morning it will be raw material, work in progress, finished goods. It will become finished goods, debtors, bills receivable, cash. This process is called operating cycle. All these items inside this are called current asset. Outside creditors and outstanding expenses are called current liabilities. Difference is called working capital. Artha aitendro? So current asset mainly means ITC. Yavado? Inventory. Definition of current asset. Non-current asset is other than current asset. First define the current asset. Current asset is like a inventory basically. Then working capital management in FM and also financial statements. Ella the kade use ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. Equity is equal to odama.
Equal to owner's fund is equal to proprietary funds is equal to shareholders fund. Owner's capital is equal to net worth is equal to equity share capital plus preference share capital plus reserves and surplus.
Is preference share capital owners fund? Answer is yes, because they are also the owners. Okay. At international level, we have little difference of opinion. We'll see later. Reserves and surplus extremely important. Revaluation reserve only for depreciation when there is a up. Listen. It is a waste reserve if you ask me. You can use this revaluation reserve only for charging depreciation when there is a upward revaluation. Then PJ ಮಾಡಿದ class ಅಲ್ಲಿ yes. Statutory reserves ಓದಮ್ಮ. This full word make important mark. All of you copy down to your notes later. Next.
Statutory investment allowance reserve, export profit reserve, section 10 AA, SEZ reinvestment allowance.
Anybody remembers? SEZ is the
Income tax.
income tax correct. Income tax ಏನು benefit ಅದು?
AMT credit.
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ದೇವರು.
Tax holiday.
First 4 years 100% tax deduction. Next 4 years 50% of tax deduction, and further 5 years it is the part of 50% of or the reserve which they have created.
Whichever is less. 50, very good. 50% of the profits from such business or SEZ reinvestment allowance is either, whichever is less. Next.
Reasonably restricted capital reserve and capital redemption reserve. Securities premium refer section 52 subsection 2. Free reserve, general reserve, PNL, investment fluctuation reserve, and dividend equalization reserve.
Sir, investment allowance reserve is a statute reserve. Barcode notes ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ವರ್ಡ್ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಸಾರಿ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. Investment allowance reserve is a fluctuation reserve is a free reserve. Yeah. Shall we? Yeah. Every reserve belongs to equity shareholder. Every reserve, general reserve, period account, etc. Right. Financial statement consisting of same repetition. Equity consisting of share capital and pending money. All of that current defined. What is non-current other than current? What current you have to understand? Other than that, it's called
Non-current.
Note inventory in balance sheet always current. In P&L, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. Raw material ಬಗ್ಗೆ again beautiful ಆಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. Raw material ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. Purchase of raw stock in trade ಇಲ್ಲಿ. Changes of finished goods, stock in trade and work in progress. Finished goods is what you manufacture. Stock in trade is what you buy. Yeah. Then other the CPC, EPDO ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. Disclosure about the debtors outstanding for more than 6 months from the day it has become due. Materiality ಬಗ್ಗೆ one important point. Any expense or income, 1% of revenue from operations. 1% of revenue from operations have to be or 1 lakh, whichever higher, to be shown separately. To be shown separately. Example ನೋಡಿ. Yeah. Then disclosure ಬಗ್ಗೆ some example ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದು ನೀವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ. Managerial remuneration what I discussed already. This percentage ಅನ್ನು glance ಮಾಡಿ and effective capital ಮೇಲೆ depending upon the effective capital this year by heart. So up to 5 crore rupees, 60 lakh rupees for all, not for one person. Then this table you have to by heart. Sale of asset, loss ಅನ್ನು ignore. Profit on sale ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು capital profit has to be reduced from the net profit, whereas balance profit continued in the net profit because the revenue profit. Next, penalties. Compensatory penalties are allowed. Breach of law, you should add back. Effective capital, whatever.
Effective capital means long-term funds invested within the business. Effective capital for the purpose of managing remuneration in case of inadequate profits is the aggregate of share capital, both equity and preference, reserves and surplus, loans and deposits, if it is for more than 1 year, as reduced by aggregate of investments, preliminary expenses not written off, P&L account, debit balance, if any, etc.
Basically, in your regular notes, I have given an amoeba balance sheet. Long-term funds minus investments outside the business minus preliminary expense. Bekare barkodi quick agi. Effective capital for 190. Share capital, liability side, equity and preference, reserves and surplus. Next, long-term loans and deposits. ಈ ಮೂರು ಫಿಗರ್ ಗೆ 800 ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯಿರಿ ಮೂರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅಸೆಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, preliminary expenses, P&L debit 200. Connect. Effective capital is equal to star
600.
600. Next, ಇದು SMS ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ, yes ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದೀನಿ. ಬೋನಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ SMS ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Redemption of preferential ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜೊತೆಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಆಲ್ ಡಿಟೇಲ್ಡ್ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಫೇವರಿಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್. ಸೂಪರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು, ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದಲ್ಲ. ಫಾರ್ ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಟಲ್ ಆಫ್ ICA ಬದಲು ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ರಶ್ಮಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಮೆಟಲ್ ಸಾಕು. ಆ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಮೆಟಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ರೆಫರ್ ಕಂಪೆಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದಟ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್. ಓಕೆ, ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೇ?
No.
Issue entry bank account to debentures. Upon redemption, debenture to bank. Debenture ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಪ್ ಲೇಟ್. ಸೊ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 18 ಟಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಲಾ ಪ್ರೊವಿಷನ್ಸ್. ಅದನ್ನ ಗೋ ಥ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ಟೈಮ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಎಕ್ಸೀಡ್ ಫಾರ್ 10 years. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ ಕಡೆ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೇರ್ಸ್ 20 years ಬಾರ್ 30 years. ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ಸ್ 10 years ಬಾರ್ 30 years. Wherever there is a possibility of mistake, ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು 10 years ಬಾರ್ 30 years. 30 years ಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಹಾಕಿ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಕಂಪನೀಸ್, ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾದ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಚಾರ್ಜ್, ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್, ಈ ಥಿಯರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್. ಇದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. DRR ಅಂಡ್ ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಲಿ, ಇದು ಬೈ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ಸಮ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬರೀ ಒಂದು ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Old question of debentures. Apply the latest law to RMRs. DRR. Under that 2 RMRs, listed companies, listed financial companies, listed financial companies, ಅದೇ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್, NBFC ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. No DRR. Right side, all other companies. How much is the DRR to be maintained? 10% debentures outstanding. By heart ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. This is about left and right alwa idu?
Yes, sir.
This is about DRR. 10% of the debentures outstanding. Complete right side. DRR investment. In the bracket for all companies, listed or unlisted or whatever. DRR investment ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? 15% of the debentures maturing. Debentures maturing in the next 31st March. Next 31st March ಎಷ್ಟು ಮೆಚೂರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದರ 15% ಇಡಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಾಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಗ್ಲಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಕಂಪೆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಅದು. ಮೆಥಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್. ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಇದೆ. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಂಟು ಶೇರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್. ವಾಟ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ? ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇಂಟು ಶೇರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್, ಐದರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲೇಷನ್ ಆರ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲೇಷನ್. So balance sheet only, debentures are on the liability side. So if you had cancel immediately, debenture account debit 30 lakh, to bank account you may pay 27 lakh, to profit on cancellation or capital reserve 3 lakh. Do you recall this? Yes. Next, you are purchasing now and cancelling later. Liabilities is hangirli. Assets ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬರಬೇಕು? Investment in own debentures account 27 lakh. After certain period, if you have to cancel, liabilities are debentures cancel 30 lakh, to investment in own debentures 27 lakh, to profit on cancellation of the capital reserve 3 lakh. Artha aita? In between, apply AS13 for interest, come interest, X interest. Come interest, X interest gota? Come interest means thoda kam karna, X interest means additionally. interest, extra interest. Fair enough. Yeah. Then buyback, you sir has discussed also. That second group or first group buyback.
Second group.
Second group buyback is basically buying back your own securities maximum 25%. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಇದೆ, ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ನಾನು, ಅದನ್ನ ಗೋ ಥ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಗೋ ಥ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್, ಓಕೆ. ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೇರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 55, whereas debentures are covered under section 71. ಅದರ ಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಓದಮ್ಮ ಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಓದಮ್ಮ. ರಿಡೆಂಪ್ಷನ್
Just 3 arrows. Redemption. Preference shares compulsorily under section 55. Debentures compulsorily under section 71. Buyback of securities, equity, preference, debentures optional under section 68 to 70.
So it is security means equity, preference or debenture, whatever. Next.
Purchase in the open market optional when price in the market is lower so that companies make profit.
Yeah. Apart from that, lump sum method they say, when the debentures are supposed to be repaid at the end of 5 years, so debenture account to bank account or in installment 20 lakh rupees over 5 years, that also can be done. General security level sir madalla adಕ್ಕೆ discussion ಇದು. Investment account already I discussed, columnar ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, X interest, cum interest. Insurance claims sir ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
ಯಾವುದು? ಇದು ಜನರಲ್ ನೋಟ್ ನಿಮ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದವರ ಗ್ಲಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆಡಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಲೈಫ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ is ಒಂದು ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಲೈಫ್, ಜನರಲ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ is other than human life. There are varieties of general insurance, marine, fire, etc. And it is life insurance is for any number of years, general insurance for a short period. Glance ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಾಲೆಜ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. IRD Act of 1999 ಇದು ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್. ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಬಿಡಿ, ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಟಚ್ ಇಟ್. ಎ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಫ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್, RE ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರೆವಿನ್ಯೂ ಅಕೌಂಟ್, PL ಅಂದ್ರೆ P&L ಅಕೌಂಟ್, B ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೀಟ್. ಅದೇ ಜನರಲ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ B-RE, BPL and BBS. ಗ್ಲಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. So we covered the entire 1 to 18. Company accounts ಆಯ್ತು, ಬೋನಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಯ್ತು, ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೇರ್ಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಮಾಡು, ಯಾವ್ದು ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಯಾವ್ದು ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ? ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. ಬ್ರಾಂಚ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ರಾಂಚ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡನ್, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡನ್, ಹೈಯರ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡನ್. ಇಷ್ಟನಾ? Okay. So till here we have reasonably covered. These are the only right. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಇರೋ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ठीक है.
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್
ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ. ಅದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಕು ಇವತ್ತು. ಸೊ accounting standards. Till here I discussed them. I don't know, I'll not be doing this, but I just want to tell you how easy other questions. Next question is about cash flow statement.
cash flow
Conversion of head office trial balance into INR by using a AS11. Both INR. Next again, this question nodi ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡುವಲ್ಲ, raw material, WIP, finished goods. No question is only figures have been changed. Previous in the morning session, did I do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Question pakka bari idu November 19 1D adu Rashmi ga ಹೇಳಮ್ಮ, shift it to group 2. So AS22 is not a part of your present syllabus. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Yes, sir.
Group 2 ಹೋಗಿದೆ. Then so ಅದೇ ತರ we have given all the earlier questions also, we just practice it. AS22 ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. So this time for the old batch, some of the old batch students also they should attend the revision class, because at this speed they will not be able to cover up the syllabus. You can tell them to attend the what you call the revision class. Don't force, but suggest. Next, a practical this batch only. I'm audible. All
Yes,
the compilation what I shared, you also get it shared and start practicing all the sums together. Now coming to the problems. Practical questions. Barcode, write down. Okay. So, clarify accounting standards, we are given you the duplicate material. What is duplicate? Barcode. Revision materials circulated. Print tegiri, paragila, 20 page extra print tegiri, because you'll get revision material 2 RMRs. Theory, yes, and other topics. First, starting it. Next, right side, problems. Problems under that 2 RMRs. In revision material, right side, additional yes compilation. Yes, compilation of ICI. Now below the revision material 2 RMRs. Yes, questions. Topic wise or standard wise. Yes to all questions together. Yes, 3 all questions together. Right side, other topics. Topic wise. Aita. Completely right side. What have you written?
Additional yes compilation of IC.
Compilation. Below that is exam wise. Now, here Virat Kohli tara butter tintavu VCT. So now last arrow mark and adikkinta bodlu account strategy ala undo. Right side and left side. Those two you connect. I repeat, look at this. Theory bidbidi. Problems only 2 RMRs ittu. Yavado one yes, one others. Now this yes and this one you connect. Both are yes. Connection kotra?
Yes.
Yeah. Duplicate. See, earlier I thought it is better to go standard wise. First yes one mugisko, yes one problem. Yes to mugisko, yes to problem. But now I felt because there are multiple questions similar kelodrinda exam wise confidence barto. This exam I know, this exam I know. All account start mugiskoli 8 alva 8 account start mugiskoli ಅಥವಾ 4 account start mugiskoli first. All the 4 account start problems you exam wise do it. Other 4 once more you read the theory and do it. Illa sir I am comfortable. Yes one problem. Yes two. Both are available. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಬೇಕಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? December 21 is available only on the right side. Because December 21 is not there on the left side. Questions ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರೋದು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ? Yes. So now problems. First question. I'll not be doing the problem because it's a waste of time. So November 21 question paper ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. So state under which heads this could be classified ಅಂತ. If you are expert in Srirama Sita, you can answer just like this. Hello, one kade ಕೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇದೆಯಾ? Mature debentures and interest outstanding, uncalled liability and other partly paid investments. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ you have to give the answer. Where does it come ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದೀರಾ?
Yes sir. Yes.
ಇದು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದೇ ತರ ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಕಂಪನಿ ಫೈನಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇದೆ, ಫುಲ್ ಥಿಯರಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫಿಲ್. ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 2-3 ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ. 1, 2, 3 questions you can glance. Final accounts of companies. Like that, I have given you all the questions of the examination. This one reasonably good question. I loved it. Missing figure with ratio analysis. FM agidal ratios.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It is a beautiful question. If time permits, you can do it. Not compulsory. Okay. Now I'll tell you how to go about for next 3 days. Today evening and tomorrow evening, you have got 2 sessions on FM. Gota?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
POA for Sunday, Monday, sorry, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Monday evening, we are meeting at 6:30. Okay, na? So, okay, right. POA for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 2 hours. Must complete. Number 1, all accounting standards. All accounting standards. Next, bonus issue, redemption of preference shares. Insurance claims. Right side is there. Can complete if you can. Left side is must. Right side is there. If can. Company accounts, final accounts, debentures, managerial remuneration, profit period incorporation agoita. Left ali lala. No, left did you write?
Yes,
Right side profit period incorporation. And these topics we already covered in the revision. So I'm feeling more comfortable than actually what I thought so. Account start mugisboda. Account start complete mugisboda. Next left ali matte 2 extra topics helini. Adu mugisi. Maximum you try to come to the right side also, what you already revised. Agilla andru maybe Tuesday Wednesday nimge agutte, but ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಈಗಲೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಟೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬೆಟರ್. ಟ್ಯೂಸ್ಡೇ ವೆಡ್ನೆಸ್ಡೇ because you are left with not much topics, ಒಂದು 4-5 topics. ಅದು ಟ್ಯೂಸ್ಡೇ. Some 1 or 2 topics of today's what is left out, plus whatever we do it on Monday evening. Okay, Tuesday Wednesday because Thursday ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ revision class ಇದೆ. Sorry, mock test ಇದೆ. And you will not get much time to, you have to go through once. And evening ಗೆ law class revision. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? So now reasonably will you be able to complete account standards and left side portion what I said?
Yes.
ಆರಾಮ್ ಸೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಇನ್ನೇನು ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. Right. Yeah. Have you understood reasonably 90% of the revision?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Extra thing we need to do is account standards and ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ go through ಮಾಡಿ problems ಎಲ್ಲ whatever we have did in the morning, glance it. Other questions ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ solve ಮಾಡಿ. ICA metal or whatever it may be. And problems on special topics, bonus issue ಇರ್ಬೋದು, preparation ಇರ್ಬೋದು, whatever I discussed, just final accounts. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಕಂಫರ್ಟಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಕವರ್ 50% the right side. So you'll be more comfortable on Tuesday Wednesday. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And we are not finalized it. Okay. We are not finalized it, but still I'll show you the revision schedule as of now. This is the plan. Understand? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So examiners happened yesterday. Today morning we had a revision class. Monday evening 6:30 we have a SMS circuit, sir. His portion and my portion. Okay, small. Branch department lavardu nandondu 2-3 small chapters. Then Thursday 17th March will be the mock test. Mock test time is exam timings only. Then same way we'll continue with the law. Then costing adella same way we are planning to do the revision. We'll be sharing this copy of the half an hour, 10 minutes or half an hour I'll share with you. So one more thing is because last 1 week 10 days you would have had good amount of Okay, let's conclude first of all. So thanks to the YouTube viewers also. Okay, enjoy reading. Anything non-capsides, if you're requiring any material, etc. 83102 49327. I repeat, 83102 49327. You can WhatsApp. They will give the information. Thank you.